la 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 la. Camera. Today, guys, I have had 1, 2, 3 coffees. Okay, that's not even that bad. That's actually fine. I had like 7 coffees today, mate. I've only had freaking 2. We're good. Believe it or not, how insane is my sleep schedule right now? I go to bed at 10 p.m. I woke up at 8 a.m. normally. Nice big fat 10 hours of sleep. Today, look at this. Keymaster teleports, bro. I didn't have these bad boys on stream yesterday, did I, mate? Because I killed Cerberus today, this morning, for 90 minutes. Before I even had to leave and do things today. Because my sleep schedule is so good, bro. It's beautiful. It's actually beautiful. So, yeah, friend of 100, I'll play in a minute. But, oh, hold on, what's Jesse saying? Oh, Odyssey. I'm going to shitty from today, I was out with Shoj Online. 1 second. Oh, freaking interrupt. Shoj Online. I'm on again. Nice and early. Shoj Online, ladies and gentlemen. For those that do not know who this fella is, this is my father. Dr. John K. Kona Bonsai Tumbler Glass Line. He is a father of 5 sons. Which means if I am one of those sons, then I have 4 brothers. And I was out today with all 4 of my brothers, actually. Alongside my oldest brother's son, who's actually my nephew, who I believe is 4 years old, but he might be 3 years old. Because he was born in February of 2022. Which means he turns 1 in February 2023, correct? 2 in 24, 3 in 25, 4 in 26. He is 4 years old. Okay, we're good. God, I was there trying to work it out for so long, thinking he was 3 years old, and he's actually 4 years old, because I'm a moron. What's up? But, yeah, I was having a good time there, and whatnot, but here's the Shoj Online. My dad wasn't there, neither was my mum. They're down south in the good old Norfolk and all that shit, painting his Warhammers and all that stuff. Insane that math. No, I was confused, right? Because the story is, okay, so the story is, I self-diagnosed myself with topical steroid withdrawal in January of 2022 when everyone was playing Shattered Relics. Okay. Then I began my recovery on the 1st of February 2022. And then my nephew was born on the 4th of February, 2022. And all my family are congratulating him because it's technically the first son in the, or the first nephew in the family, or the first son any of my brothers, or child any of my brothers have had. And my mum sent me a really angry message on like the 5th of February saying, Adam, why have you not congratulated your brother on the birth of your net, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, first of all, Mum, but I didn't tell my family I was going for recovery. I had no skin on my body at this time. I was literally full Ramsey Bolton, bro. I was wearing these gloves. I literally physically couldn't even text on the phone. So I literally was telling my brother today the whole story, how I messaged him on the phone going like this. Like something like that with my middle finger, because I couldn't like bend my hand because like the skin on my, all over this wrist part didn't exist. So I couldn't even do this with my arm. Like I couldn't. So I remember like getting my phone and like, I think it was like something like, I can't remember now, it's 4 years ago, but I was like messaging like that. Or some, what was it? It was like, this is something that I was doing because I couldn't bend my hands or something. But yeah, my mum sent me a really angry message, and then I basically told my family that I was going for a recovery. And they didn't know how bad it was until I uploaded my 1-month progress on Twitter. Then my second oldest brother found out about it and told all my family, and they realized it was actually pretty freaking severe what I was going through, bro. I was dying. Genuinely dying, you know? But yeah, that's the story of that. But I was out with my nephew today and all my brothers, and it was a nice time. I'm on a pretty strict diet right now of only meat and water and all that shit, minus all the coffees that I had. So I didn't get a drink, which I'm pretty proud of my discipline. And we went to an Italian restaurant. And I didn't order the crab lobster ravioli. You know, that is one of the best discipline that I've ever had in my life. You know, if I ever go out, when I do like dieting or any of that discipline shit, I am not like robotic with it. I will live my life when I want to. So if I ever do go out, I will break my diet on that day if it's a special occasion. Today is like the first time ever in my life I managed to maintain the discipline, and I just ate meat. and drank the water and had a couple coffees, you know, that was it. So I'm pretty happy with myself because every other time I would be pasta in the belly now, back out of ketosis, all that bullshit. But that is that. Am I the youngest? I'm the second youngest. So my youngest brother turned 30 on the 16th of June this year. So literally like 3 weeks ago, he turned 30. So the youngest son in the family now is 30 years old. Now my oldest brother, he's 40. So all of us were born in like a 10-year period. But the thing is, like, we have I have 4 brothers. Youngest is 30, oldest is 40, but we all still have our parents, you know. My dad is 70 this year, and my mum, I think, is 66. Next month, actually. So that's a really cool thing that's there. So yeah, Mr. Roops, thank you for 22 months. All ginger. I'm the only ginger in the family. Before you type adopted, lol, funny, think about it. Who would adopt a ginger? There you go. You don't need to type that shit anymore. Don't worry, bro. Many people have requested if it's adopted, but nobody would adopt a ginger. Alrighty, brothers. Hardcore Iron Man, Scythe Swifting Adventures, Cerberus. I've already done 2,000 Scythe swings, bro. How expensive is a freaking Scythe to use, bro? I'm out of money already. I've been in for like 2 seconds. Literally broke. Can't afford this shit. Yeah, account's absolutely pumping right now, bro, but yeah. Already getting rantsed, I'm not gonna lie. I'm already getting rantsed. Actually getting rantsed! Oh, I'm not wielding the shield, that's why. Use Demon Bane weapons, bro. Come on, man. Don't embarrass yourself. I'm a professional player. Also, what the hell was that League of Legends game today? You know, I get up like, oh my god, this is going to be sick. Can't wait to see Caps play. Apparently he's really good and is the faker of the EU. Embarrassing, bro. They got absolutely freaking curb stomped. Legit embarrassment, man, you know? Moron, bro. Freaking craps, man. Genuine craps, man. Oh, dude, bro, they got annihilated, man, you know? They absolutely got curb stomped, man. It was insane. HLE too good, man, you know? Oh, man. HLE too good, man. Other than that, I am live at 5 p.m. and I go to bed at 10 p.m. So I'm probably only going to be live today for maybe 4, potentially 5 hours. Me and Jesse started House of the Dragon yesterday. And we did turn off the episode halfway through because we were both too tired, so... So far, not too bad. Dropped. Yeah, I like Cerberus, man. T1 let BLG win so they could get easy wins in the lower bracket. Look, we all know the script, okay? Script 1. T1 lose everything and then win worlds. Or skip 2, they lose everything, go into the losers bracket, and then they win everything and win everything. That is the 2 scripts, you know. T1 don't just win. You know, that's just it, bro. They have to go through the interesting method and all that shit, so... Other than that, I'm not sure what time I'm live tomorrow, chat. I might have the plumber coming around to do my boiler for its yearly, like, warranty shit or whatever. Moron. Other than that, bro, I can confirm, chat, I will be doing Slayer, like, all day. So if I'm doing Slayer all day, there is a very high chance, brothers, that I will end up getting all 3 crystals from Cerberus in the next, like, day. You know, I will hit the K-sheet to hit all 3. I might go dry, of course. But if that occurs, are you all ready for the Ranger Boot grind? Because that's the next grind. You know, Infinity Boots are like 1 hour, but the Ranger Boots, oh yeah. It's coming. Yeah. It's coming. Did I finish the maggot loot on hardcore? I've not done the quest, mate. Oh, that being said, I'm going to lose 2 days, I think. Because when the Maggot King has boosted drops, I think I will be killing it all of that day to test the new drops out for another video. Probably spoon them. I hope so, man. I've never spooned rangers in my life, actually. Wait, what's the estimated clues to get ranger boots, actually? $350? Yeah, I've never spooned them then. I've always enjoyed them. My first ranger boots are like 1,000 clues, and then my second were like 400 and something. Boaty's collection log, those like 9 pairs of ranger boots in like 1,500 clues or something. Ridiculous on that account. The one account that doesn't need them, bro. 9 pairs in like genuinely like 1,500 clues or something. What's the meta for mediums? My plan is I'm going to train runecrafting to 77 on lava runes so I can use the scar mine for blood runes in the future because I do Desert Treasure 2 pretty soon. And then I'm going to do a hunter kit every time I bank, which is what I did on Aussie, and it was a really nice, like, macro efficient route. And then I'm just going to go catch 3,000 eclectics and then just open them all. If I get rangers on the first clue, I do not consider it lost time because I have ranger boots on the first clue. And that's a good down. Big grand stuff. Oh, who the hell, by the way, is like Base Hunter Jax, by the way? Does anyone know who that is? Because apparently, chat, he is supporting Boris's 4-hour set that I'm going to later this year. So, yeah, man, I don't know how that's going to be. So, what's it? Never heard of him. Apparently, Jesse knows who it is. I was just like, who the hell's that, bro? Huge electronic artist from the UK. Genuinely just don't know who it is, but... Keymaster teleports. Oh, this is wicked, lad. Also, I have such a ridiculous flare-up on my skin, man. It was a bad day to get one as well, you know. I was out with my nephew, and I was giving him, like, a piggyback or whatever, like a horse ride, chasing my brother. And he, like, grabbed around my neck, and, like, the skin there is, like, demolished, bro, so... It was a good time. I'm gonna be honest, man, I was thinking about Cerberus for part of it, man. Okay, whatever mix I've clicked on, it already sounds like it's AI, so I'm getting a bit sad. Sick of clicking on mixes on YouTube, bro, that are just AI, man. One Scythe swing is 110 maggot KC. Hey, it's fine. AI is everywhere now. Oh, yeah, I know. But the amount of music mixes on YouTube now that are just AI, the transition, you can tell them by the transitions. The transitions are, like, diabolical. It's just like a load of songs that have just been put together or something, but I don't know. Yo, Mr. JR Kex and Plowski, both priming. Thanks for the prime, laddie. Thank you for the prime. Number 4. AI slop, man. I'm telling you, bro. AI slop. Nah, halberd, man. Listen to this transition, bro. Is this AI? I'm pretty sure this is AI. Wait, it wasn't even a transition. What the hell's going on? It's moron, bro. Oh, man. It's the same song, mate. Have I got prims? No, I've not got any crystals. I didn't get any off stream. It's nice, though. This sleep schedule's so good. I'm playing RuneScape off stream, bro. It's beautiful. I feel like I've not played RuneScape off stream in so long, with the only exception, like, a tiny bit of Deadman All-Stars at, like, 4 AM. because my schedule's been so disgustingly just busy on and off that I've just been streaming everything. You know, in the last few days, I've been logging in and playing a bit of RuneScape before I go live. It's great. Holy transition. I can't even tell if this is a transition or if it's the same song. Because maybe it's actually a real mix and he just had a bad beat match. Is it still the same song? I'm pretty sure. We'll work it out though. If it's obvious AI, I'll just turn it off, mate. I feel like it's going to fade out in a minute and there's not going to be a transition. It's going to be terrible, bro. This feels like the outro of the song. If it comes back in, I'm not going to lie. The song is a banger. Wait, was that the transition? Or is this still the same song? I think it's a different song and that was the transition and it's definitely AI, man. Unless those beeps come back in like now. Hey, giving it a bit of time. Okay, why do I feel like it's just... Now I feel like it's just transitioned into the same song again, like playing the same song back to back. So just skip an hour in the set and see if it's the same song. Wait, is it the same beat, but it just has like a different vocal over the top? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, man. See, listen to it. It's definitely AI, bro. There's no way a real human made this. It's AI. It's 100% AI, but I need to hear this song first. Absolute shit. Now, this is what we're talking about, bro. You guys have been wondering why your day's been so shit, mate. Every streamer you've been watching make garbage music, bro. Don't worry, I got you, man. This song's a banger, I'm not gonna lie. This song is so good. Although I was watching Ginger Beardy today, to be honest, so... Ginger Beardy laddie. Yeah, where have I been all day? You've had to watch Dino? I was out with my brothers and my nephew. My oldest brother I've not seen since, well, my nephew got christened, which would have been 3 years ago. So yeah, I was just spending some time with them. It was nice, man. It was wholesome, bro. Good thing is, though, again, I'm on a strict diet right now ever since I've been so busy and all that stuff. So I was like, I don't want to get any beers or anything, which is fine. The vibe wasn't really about getting a beer. But my brother's actually back in the UK next year for my other brother's wedding. So, yeah. All over the place right now. Where does he live? He just did a stint in America. I think he did 8 months in America for work, and he's going back to Australia, which is where he's based. He moved to Australia when he was like 22 or something. And he's basically been there for, let's say, the last 18 years, minus an 8-month stint in whatever. But yeah, he's coming back to the UK in July for my brother's wedding, 2027. Mr. Wolf the Doggy, hello! Appreciate the sub, mate. Yes, mate. How many brothers do I have? I have 4 brothers. I am the second youngest at 31 years old. My youngest turned 31 3 weeks ago. And then my oldest brother, who has the nephew who I saw today, he is 40. Bro, it was so nice. Jessie was wondering why I was so excited to live stream, and I literally told her I have streamed nothing on my hardcore except Tob for 6 freaking months. Now I'm playing the game now. I've been Tob locked for 6 months, and now I get to kill Clifford, bro. It's great. And then realistically, killing Clifford for the crystals is going to get me 92 to kill a Raxor. And a Raxor I have a Scythe and Anti-Venom's pluses for. It's going to be sick. And then Raxor is going to get me 93 to get a cult necklace. Oh, man. It's just beautiful. And then if I go dry on everything, I might get 95 completely passively for Ferocious Gloves. But I don't see myself killing Hydra without Tebow, so I'm not going to bother getting him. Where'd you get Anti-Venom's from? Theater of Blood. You know, I'm 97 Herblore on the account. I've got 99 banked. Yeah. 99 Herblore is banked just from top. Give me that call. Lance at 3 KC? Yeah, but that's RNG, man. I have to do, I think, 400 Hydras to get the Ferocious Gloves. I feel like it's not really worth it. I'll get it with a Tebow. But that means I can get Lil Smokey to make me another edit when I get the Tebow and the Shadow. Shadow, I don't really know what I do with it, though. Like, the only Shadow thing I can do is... Actually, there's quite a lot of Shadows, so... The Lil Smokey edit with Cinema? Yeah, man, he murdered that, bro. I'll always say, man, when I spoke to Lil Smokey about making a segment, because he said, like, over a year ago, he was very happy to make me one. And then finally, I was like, oh, I've got a great idea when I get the Scythe. The sad thing would have been if I died and never got the Scythe, I would have never actually been able to upload that edit. So I would have told Lil Smokey, upload it to your channel, mate. Where's the edit? It's at the end of my most recent Tread Lightning video. Just skip, like, roughly to the end, like, 90 seconds before the end. His RuneScape video is probably my favorite piece of old school media over the past 2 to 3 years. No, it's not, mate. Your favorite media was the top edit at the end of my video, bro. Come on, man. Yo, Phantom, what's up, mate? Thanks for the prime, sir. Welcome to stream. Want to level sailing? Oh shit, I will be leveling sailing soon, but not at the moment. Again, Maggot King. I don't know when I kill Maggot King, actually. I think after Shadow. Yeah, Maggot King is a Shadow one. That's actually a really good point. I can Maggot King it up. What do I kill with a Shadow on a hardcore? So there's going to be the Old Mage Hand. There's going to be Mage Vanguard, Whisperer, TOA, Acker and Warden, Maggot King, Kriara. Do I kill Kree on a hardcore Iron Man with the Shadow? Because I won't have, like, the saturated heart or anything, so I'm not sure it fully would be the best way to kill it. Because you have to kind of greed bruise there to max it. Although I guess I don't need to greed bruise if I don't have the saturated heart. And I'm like, Ancient Slug with the Prime. Thanks, mate. Twin Flame looks like higher DPS than Shadow in calcs on Maggot King. Oh, it might be, but I think just for the cinematic, I'd like to add as many as possible, so... But if it is true, yeah, I don't really... Oh, the Grumbler. Do I kill the Grumbler with a Shadow? I know that's weak to air. But I'm not sure if that's a... Oh, man. You could. Okay, good. I'll work it all out later. Because there's a shadow cinematic, and then when I get the T-bow, there'll be a T-bow cinematic. But the T-bow cinematic will be good because I have access to the Inferno, because I'll be doing the Inferno in it. Inferno, probably fight caves. I don't really know what else, to be honest. You get a Purgation Crystal, will you go straight to the medium clue ground? No, I will be getting all 3 crystals before I consider doing any like ranger boot ground. No more. What's this damage output? Like I'm off task. Yeah. Sweet, you'll die at Cerberus? No, you'd have to be a moron to die at Cerberus on a hardcore. Poor foe. Yeah. Alfie got chongled to Cerberus as well. Bro, the Alfie death at Cerberus is worse than the foe death, man. I'm not gonna lie. The foe death is pretty bad, and a player of foe's capabilities should never have died here. I don't know what actually happened that day. I don't know if he said he just legit brain lagged or something, but the Alfie death, when you actually, if you ever watch it back, it's so bad, man. Oh, he was reading the chat? Yeah, that does happen. I feel like that's got to be foe's first ever hardcore death from reading chat now. Oh, fox. Every Alfie hardcore death is sad. You DC to a cave horror once, which is the DC, but outside of that, yeah, Alfie does have a very, very bad portfolio of hardcore man deaths, you know. I feel like most people do. I want to say my portfolio is like not bad, you know. I have the Abyss death and a Zami Warrior, which were both shitty accounts. Then I have a death in Gauntlet, which is fair enough. And then if we, depends if we count the co-op death or not, but other than that, most of my deaths are just disconnections and shit. Much died to an Orbital Guardian, and now he has the best hardcore in the game. Yeah, Sacred Trial, I did Corp. Sorry, I did CG before anyone was doing CG. Like, no one was doing it. And there was no real strats. And I literally bowled in with no practice, tier 1 prep, or tier 2 prep maybe, and then just died. Like, instantly died. So I don't really mind about that anymore, compared to tier 3 preps. To be fair, I got rantsed on this account with tier 3 prep, but that would have been a career ender. There's probably 20 million clips of me saying if you die in CG with tier 3 without lagging, you're a moron. And I actually got chanced in tier 3, so... Rings. CG was hard about them. Tier 3 prep wasn't really a thing when I did it on Sacred Trial. There wasn't really any methods to CG at the time. I just basically full sent it and just died instantly. Should have had a Doom death to 6 hours though, log. The Doom death to 6 hours, I've not really looked back at it. It's still like not a 9. Oh wait, I don't really know the odds of dying there, but one of the biggest rants is actually it wasn't really much of a rant, but to be fair, I don't really know what happened there. Did I get double maged or double ranged on that? I think there's more chance I died on Doom on the one where the projectile came out the wall than this exam. Did the Bofa at least exist when you were on Sacred Trial? No, the Bofa didn't exist. This is why no one did it. You were doing Corrupted Gauntlet, 80-hour grind for a weapon that was basically a rapier. Well, a slash version. So the reason why I made the Sacred Trial account is at the time, combat achievements didn't even exist. And I remember doing it saying, right, I'm going to make an account and go rush CG. And if I complete CG, aka Saildor, I will upload the video, which would be like a 700-hour video. But then I never completed it, so I just deleted all the footage. But I've said that because I thought at the time CG is the only thing I think I was ever going to die to in the game. Whoa! Man, I've got to say that out loud. CG is the only thing I'm ever going to die. Hey, hopefully I put in the part where it's before combat achievements existed, you know? YouTube don't even know what account I'm talking about. Cerberus Master, that might be all the Cerberus combat achievements. If it's not, then I'll check. But there might have been a big fat graphic on the screen, so... But yeah, that's the reason I made Sacred Trial. I wrote my first hardcore guide, and then I followed it on Sacred Trial, basically to rush CG, because CG was the only thing in the game I didn't think I could complete on a hardcore at the time. But at the time, I don't think there was anything harder than CG. Like, DT2 didn't exist. I don't even know if... No, Top... Did Top exist? Surely Top existed. Yes, it did, because Sacred Trial was after Ozzy died, so 100% Top existed. TOA wouldn't have existed. But yeah, nowadays, it's like, for Hardcore Iron Man, I want to see if I can get GM on it, you know? I was talking to my brother today as well, because he made the One Man Army intro, and he asked me if I'd ever do a series like that again. I said I'm currently working on one where I play an account that can't die. And he was mind-blown with the fact that the account can't die, can't trade anyone, single player, all that shit. And he's like, what happens if you DC? And I was like, well, I died 5 times today already, so... Change what you needed for tier 3 after. Yeah, Sacred Trial, you couldn't do the tier 3 method, and the Saildor, sorry, the enhanced weapon crystal didn't exist back then. You would get the Blade of Saildor as the loot. That's how long ago it was. Then they changed it, and it became meta to kind of get the bow first, so then people discovered, like, or just tested methods out, and then the tier 3 prep was born. And tier 3 prep CG, to this day, is one of my favorite grinds I've ever done. That's why I feel like I have really bad takes on the game at times, because I enjoy things people just don't. You know, I enjoy tier 3 CG on a hardcore, bro. It was great, bro. Oh, man. Yeah. Other than that, this is my second hardcore Iron Man ever doing Cerberus. My first was the good old Screw Moomly, and I did complete it, and I completed it very comfortably. 0 chances. I remember killing Cerberus on 24 HP on Screw Moomly, because I knew I couldn't die. Don't want to risk that anymore, you know, I'm scared. I did have more on gear for it, though. What gear I had back then, bro. Or like full bandos or something. Let's say if and only if you died on this hardcore account, what happens next? If I die on this hardcore, I'm pretty confident this is my last solo hardcore that I really ever do. I could then see myself over, let's just say, the next 5 years, which is a long time, hypothetically, being a few sets of group hardcore, you know? You know, I could see myself doing 3 different groups if they all died within a year over the next 5 years. Plus, then I want to play the main, and there'll be Deadman All-Stars, Deadman Mode, Leagues, and all that shit. You know, RuneScape's a bit different when Hardcore came out now, because there's just so many temporary game modes. But yeah, I don't really know if I ever make another solo one after this. I think after that, it's just groups with other creators. Ooh, got one left at Cerberus. Wasn't Sacred Trial an anagram for something? No, I lied about that. You know, I always said that the name Sacred Trial was an anagram for something, and everyone tried to work out what it was. Someone came up with a good one that was something to do with, like, it was like Big Red Dog or something. I know that's not right, but it was something that could kind of relate to being a corrupted Hunlef. And it came out of the blue, you know. Sacred Trial was literally just a username I made. I did it all lowercase as a ode or fan out of Osiris always doing lowercase names. I was always a fan of that. And then it was like based on SNTS's like Sacred Court, Techno Brand or something. It's kind of thought, oh shit. Man, there goes 75k. Oh, my ward ran out. That's why I lost over 20 Predator. Hey, man, I'm happy with that teleport, bro. I'm pretty sure I was 99 HP there, but I like teleporting when I don't know what's going to happen. And I saw that error immediately. I put a house tab now, too. To lose less money. You know. Wards run out, Pickle. Yeah, normally I reward immediately, but I want to say it literally just ran out right as I was taking all those hits. Because I had 27 prayer points, which is enough to tank the next two, and it went to 0. So I know I'm taking a 30 there, and I just tell you instantly. Right, what's this last CA I need to do? How do I do this? Do I just put Cerberus 1 HP and then burn time, or is there a specific way I need to do this? 2 sets of ghosts. Stall it? Where do I stall, though? Can I just stall it on 10 HP? Or will it stop doing ghosts after certain HP? Because I know there's like a ghost skip here, but I don't know. Under 400. Okay. Yeah, I'll just pop it to 10 HP and then stall time. Man, it's like 2 prayer pot CA, man. I can't afford this shit. Sorry. No, moron. Get the Guru after 200. Wait, where did my ashes go? Oh shit, I was meant to pick those up. If I just do this, I'll do more. Stay out of melee range. I just see another set of ghosts. Big rounds. And there we go. The Cerberus combat achievements have been complete, you know. Nice and cozy ones right now. Easy game. Use your voice, yes, sir. Now it's time to die. I'm not gonna die. I'm a professional RuneScape player, bro. There's literally no one that plays this game that has even 1,000 hours of playtime that's gonna die to Cerberus, man, you know. Jesus Christ, man, you know. At the end of the day, I really hope most of this chat realize I'm not going to die to something like Cerberus. You have to remember, I'm going for Grandmaster on a hardcore Iron Man. If I think I would die to Cerberus, I could if I'm just a moron, but I'm not going to be a moron. You know, technically I can die to anything. But if you think I'm going to die or worried about Cerberus, bro, how the hell do you think I'm going to kill Awakened friggin' Duke, you know? Awakened Whisper's going to pop me. We didn't think Foe would either. That's probably a good point, actually, man. Oh, Foe. Oh, my God. Hey, man, this is where you have to be careful as a streamer of what you say you might die to, you know? So I'm very careful saying that I might die to Awakened Duke or Leviathan, because I might die to them. You know, I can't be like, it's gonna be free, because then if I die, someone will clip it, man, and edit it. Tor Festival or something. Surely Duke wouldn't be the worst one. I mean, if I die to Awakened Duke, I think it's a good way to go compared to most things, but... You know, I can't sit here and say I'm gonna not die to Awakened Duke. There is a chance, you know. It's a very, very, very low chance, but... It's not 0. And I know Cerberus technically ain't 0 either, but it's pretty close to 0. I'm not gonna die to Brutus. Sylvester went from making content to stealing clips and posting on Facebook. Yep. He uploads when he gets a sponsor. Not so bad. Gonna die to the Dark Hydra CA. Dark Hydra CA is the CA I'm the most worried about in the whole game right now. Now, I will be honest. I do think that the Maggot King might have a scarier CA on it. Maggot King makes sense to be spookier than Hydra. Although, yeah, I just think Hydra, like, you can be prepared for everything, but Maggot King, if you literally misclick, you're dead. You popped. Misclick as in if you get a red click when you need a yellow click to move and you want HP Dark in it, there is no window to teleport. You're already dead if that occurs. Gonna do the Doomsayers? No, Doomsayers I wait for a Twisted Boat. What's my client size? 765 by 517. Which I think when we played Deadman All-Stars, the only thing the RuneLite things didn't actually include was the client size. So if you didn't know what your client size was exactly, you had to just improvise it. Luckily, I knew what mine was. Although I think I guessed it, then went to my Twitch chat to check the command, so... I think I have an exclamation mark client size, so... What was Mika's client size? I think Mika plays on a big screen. Like, big. You know, like West Ham, Greg, Torvesta, they're all just fixed screen, you know. No, oh, mate, it might have been No Monkey, actually. No, I think No Monkey played on the big screen. Not Mika. I can't remember. The tape pullout was insane. Hey, man. Mika takes it very, very seriously, bro. I will say now, I really hope Mika is on the winning team one year. Hopefully my team as well, you know. You know, the Boaty Bullfrogs next year, mate. I'm going to first pick the big O. And then pick Mika. And then Sicknin. And then we're going to win. Oh, Mika won the first one. Wait, was he on the Dino Nuggets in Season 1? Oh, in that case, you can lose forever then. I didn't know he'd only won. Yeah, Mika's shit, bro. Got the Primordial? I have 0 crystals, mate. Not even a Smoldering. I don't want a Smoldering. Eevee and Boaty, same team? Oh, mate, I would love to play with Eevee again, you know. You know, he can click farm all he wants, mate. I'll clip farm off his click farm. We'll do a clip farm that's like 19 clips deep or something. It's just constantly going on, bro. Sorry. Killed a bit of Cerberus off stream today, by the way, guys. And I'll be honest, I had to panic it at one point because I googled a ghost and I was like, you know what, I'll just tank the 30 here because I knew I googled it. And I accidentally scattered an ash instead of eating a manta ray because I had like 7 ashes in my inventory and 2 mantas, and my brain just clicked the first thing that looked like it was food. You know, like when you panic eat, normally you've got 20 food in your inventory, so it's easy to find the food. But I had like 7 ashes and 2 food, so I clicked scatter ash instead of eat food. I was nowhere near dying. It was just like I was preparing myself for the damage, so... Bro doesn't have twisted bow. Mate, I'm gonna get one. Twisted bows are not an item that come easily unless you're BF Rocket, man. So the perfect maggot CA be holding the hardest CAs? No, perfect maggot I think would take like an hour or something. Yeah, perfect maggot I don't think it's that real bad, to be honest. I did a few kills of maggot already and it's only just come out where I didn't take any damage, so... Why the spirits coming out? Big, strong Scythe, mate, being swished. Perfect Doom, bro. I feel like Perfect Doom is where people expose themselves, man. Like, Sick Nerd is good at the game, you know. Even the Big O, bro, you know. Apparently it took him, like, 50 hours to get 1 to 8 that was perfect, man. 50 hours, bro. And notable drops? Nothing yet, mate. We are dropless at the good old Cerberus. How much it kills the trash change with the burning claw nerf? I don't even know what a burning claw nerf is. I only use burning claws here because I don't think I have any better spec weapon. Oh, 35%? I feel like it's basically the exact same shit. Where's my loot, lad? Killed 165. Cerberus, laddie. The thing with Cerberus, though, and the gear I've got, is I'm pretty sure this is actually one of my best XP per hour tasks. And I want to say it's probably... I mean, maybe I'm on 60 kills an hour. Because I feel like my thralls sometimes last more than the kill. Which means it's like, what, 36k XP an hour? It's not even that bad, mate. Do mediums if purgation go up? I will be doing the mediums, but not immediately. I'm going to get all 3 crystals from Cerberus, then I'll go get Infinity Boots. I've already got Dragon. And then I will go do the Ranger Boot grind. Ranger Boot grind I'm putting down is maybe about, including the runecraft thing, plus the whatever, I think it's going to be about 60 hours to get them. And I'm at a period right now where, apart from the qualifiers for the Crusader Classic tournament, I have a very open schedule. So I can play RuneScape 15 hours a day right now. So I can zoom through all these grinds. I think the next tread lightly will be out pretty soon, to be honest, because I think I'm going to end on the upgraded treads. What does the switch with the shield do? The shield switch is just Cerberus will hit me with either melee or range on my crystal shield defense bonus. Because what happens is when I do the red X, I'm going to hit Cerberus and then Cerberus hits me. So the shield is registered on. So tick 1, I hit Cerberus. Tick 2, Cerberus hits me. Tick 1, I'm wearing the Scythe. Tick 2, I'm wearing the crystal shield. If you have a spectral, you should just use a spectral instead. Corp anytime soon? Corp, I think I wait for the God Sword of the Bandos. Do you use Corp on me, Jess? On a hardcore Iron Man, yes. You still want to chicken it. Oh my god, I'm gargled the ghosts again. See, as soon as I fail the ghosts and mess them up, I just realize immediately. I don't even try and out-eat them. I just teleport, so. I don't know what I was trying to do there, to be honest. Catching eclectics for the Rangers? Yes, sir. Unless there's a better method now. I don't want to be bursting any shitty harpy bug swarms. I feel like I'd rather do eclectics because the method I do is pretty handsome. I think the range boots grind's worth it for one strange strength. Considering it's going to be a permanent best in slot probably forever, yeah, I think so. I don't mind doing it. Ah! Yeah, and it's mixed like a sack of shit, bro. It's gone silent, mate. What? The worst time to say it's mixed by someone, and you do that. Oh, that was so bad. I'm actually going to change the time myself. Trump made the call. Balogun's red card removed for the Belgian game. What? Does Odeblock play on 800 DPI also? How should I know, bro? I'm the waiting room, not the manager, bro. If you want the manager, mate, Discord/M0E. How did you die to Cerberus? Never gonna die to Cerberus, mate. First episode of the House of the Dragon with Cinema. Yeah, I might finish the first one today. What's the second one? Wait, is there another episode of House of the Dragon like today or tomorrow? Is it Mondays or Sundays it comes out? Do you need to step under with Emberlight? Yeah, stepping under with Emberlight would also be good, but I don't know if the tick cycle would work correctly. It should still be better, though. Yeah, stepping under with Emberlight would also be 2-1. But then... No, Emberlight would be 3-2 normally, so yeah, 2-1 is better. Okay, that transition was so... bad that I'm ending the set. That was honestly embarrassing. I need a set. I'm just gonna click whatever the song is. I don't know what it is, but let's go for it. It's pretty quiet right now. Daily Comb. House of the Dragon is beating peak Game of Thrones for me at the moment. It's called recency bias. I'm going to say it now. Literally any and all Tywin Lannister scenes alone, dialogue-wise, probably beats any episode or moment of House of the Dragon. I'm sorry, I've said it. You know, you can gasp if you want, but you all know it's true. Hey, dude, did Oda retire to run a daycare? Oda's considering retirement because he basically made, like, generational money off of his IRL stream in, whatever. It was, like, $850,000 for one stream. So I think he's considering, American dollars, not Australian. He's considering IRL streaming, and I think currently he's just looking into how to actually go about getting the setup. So... Is he retiring from streaming? No, sorry, I should have said that. He might be retiring from RuneScape or putting RuneScape on the side. You know, he'll still play. Well, he might be looking into IRL because he had like 90k to 100k viewers IRL. He has 10k on RuneScape. That means he's making 10 times as much doing IRL. That's not money you leave on the table or don't pursue. You know, I think you'd have to be a moron to not pursue that. So, yeah, I do think the Big O might be, I mean, you can ask him when he's next live, because he will probably stream a bit of RuneScape, because the transitional period alone will probably take him so long to organize the shit that there's no reason to take, you know, 2 weeks off streaming, because that's going to make him lose loads of money, so. Yeah, you know, the best part is, bro, some of you probably believed it, and everything I just said, I made it up, so. But hey, I made it sound believable, bro. My sleight of hand right there was to mention American dollars, not Australian dollars. And also to mention that he actually did have 10 times as many viewers. And that actually mathematically means that, yes, he would earn 10 times as much. So, yeah. It was pretty good, actually. I'm quite... Like, that one, you can generally take that out of context. And I actually think I'm genuinely making good points, you know. I'll say it as well while we're here. I hope Oda goes variety. He took everything from me. I worked hard in the RuneScape community for so long, and I was just warming up the throne for Oda, bro. Sad thing is, mate, when the Big O sits on the throne, bro, he goes down to 3'8". You were a 10k, bro. I had 10k subs at one point. Wait, what's my sub count right now? It's like 5.6k, right? In like 2 days, it's gonna drop like 4,000. So get ready to rejoin my stream, and my sub count will be like 1,800. You'll be like, hey, buddy, you fell off, bro. Yeah. White chocolate over milk chocolate over dark chocolate over American chocolate. Okay, what is American chocolate? Hershey's. Yeah, but you can get white chocolate Hershey's, can you not? Or friggin' milk chocolate Hershey's. Chocolate's just based on the percentage of, I want to say, like, the cacao in it, you know? Dark chocolate could be, like, 90% cacao or whatever. So I want to say American chocolate is some moron term that got made up. American chocolate would be just a version of all the rest, you know? Like Hershey's or whatnot. Other than that, I don't know if you guys have tried Dubai chocolate. That is the best shit on the planet right now. Oh my god, man. Insane, man. Yeah. I don't even know what the best chocolate is. Let me think. I had some Laderack recently. That was good. For me, Kinder. I don't know if Kinder is really chocolate, though, but I'm thinking more the Happy Hippo or the Bueno. They're probably my, like, absolute favorites. All right. Speaking of Kinder being the favorites, 174 Hellhounds completed. All combat achievements done. 120,000 Slayer experience from that task. No crystals, though. But that's okay, you know. That task is so fast that compared to a Scythe grind, getting the crystals is going to be like, I don't know, like a 20, 30 hour grind if I go a bit dry, you know? No problem at all. Tinfoil? Tinfoil, mate. Give me that flipped odor remote. Crazy how this perception changes once you do these grinds. Yeah, I'm very good at understanding what grinds in RuneScape are bad and what are good, you know. If you grind a Scythe out, it's 200 plus hours. You go dry, it's a lot of time. If I'm after the Cerberus boots, even if I go crazy dry, I'm probably never breaking 100 hours on this boss. You know, that'd be like 100 hours of Cerberus would be like 6,000 kills. Something like that. In before. Rebuilding got hacked at 170 mil. Nuts next. No real experience. No gear. I don't friggin' know, bro. Zulra? Zulra. 3 bed nests. What's the point, bro? Wait, Gingerbeardy went 4.2k for Prims. Can I please get proof of this? $4.2. That's crazy, bro. I'm gonna AFK after I find this. He lost his first set. Probably worth doing those, to be honest, Banner. Right, chat, mate, some water. Oh. How would a moron come in with a dino dance and not a dino 1, 2, 3, mate, you know, or a dino 4? Dino 3 KC Volkov head? Why are we talking about dino, bro? I just said the word dino like 7 times. In like a 30-second window. Hung like Hodor, what's up, boss? Honestly, mate, pretty happy right now. The diet is good. My sleep schedule's good. I saw my family today. Saw my nephew. And now I'm live. And then I'm gonna watch House of the Dragon before I go to bed, and that's a pretty solid day. Bro, just drank some water. I literally drank a liter of water. No, about a pint and a half of water in one go then. I must have been so dehydrated. Drink water, stay hydrated. Hydration is good. I think I'm in a good mood because my discipline was good today, man. I went into an Italian restaurant. I did not get red wine, aka alcohol, and I did not even get pasta, bro. I just had a massive bowl of these pork things that were well good. I remember the time, you know, it reminds me of the time I actually went to McDonald's one time, and I went in, ordered a bottle of water, and then walked out. You know, I'm probably one of the few people on the planet that can say that I went to McDonald's, ordered water, and then walked out of the restaurant. And then I remember when I went there one time with Specs late at night when he lived around the corner from one of them back in the day. And I ordered a salad. And I remember putting all the dressing on the salad and then found out later that apparently the salads with the dressing's like 1,000 calories or something. Tiger M, thanks for the prime, bro. You're a beast. Next person to prime after Tiger M is a bigger beast, but the person that primes after that individual is actually a moron. Dutch Mamba, you are a bigger beast than Tiger M. Next prime sub of the stream is a moron. Every sub after the moron is a cool kid, bro. Hey, Billy Manzanas, you're a moron, bro. Look at the drooler, chat. Look at the drooler. He's drooling. Went to the moron store and they were all out. Bro, going to the moron store for you, mate, is going to the mirror shop, mate. Just saying, you know? They definitely weren't out, mate. Oh. Is the Specs back in the UK yet, chat? Whoa! That's a big one. Oh, chat, serious question. Only my United Kingdom viewers. All UK viewers, please type 1 head in the chat. Does anyone know where I can buy a pre-batched, pre-made cold brew coffee that isn't like caramel, you know? Just a black coffee. I had a cold brew today, mate, and there's something about that I freaking love. And I have cold brew in America all the time, and it's so good. But every time I looked online and everything was like hazelnut caramel shit. I don't want that garbage. Make it at home. We might try making it at home, but I just want to have some in the thing because, bro, it's beautiful. Is it making non-flavored cold brew? I mean, I think it probably is really, really easy. Black Rifle Coffee. Right, let's have a look. I'm going to Google it. If it's American, you banned. I've got a .com. It's looking... It's American! You banned. Always one guy, bro. I swear to Christ, man. It's like... Oh, my God, bro. Type of person to turn up to the birthday party. Uninvited, mate. Want to know how I know that? Because I was never invited to shit. So I had to just gamble it, you know? Stock cold brew coffee from the grocery. Yeah, I don't want to go to the grocery. I want to try and find one I can order to make it like pissies. Oh, here we go. Unsweetened cold brew. 48 ounce. Is this UK? Oh, it's in pounds. It looks good, man. I'm going to favorite this one. Because I need to go check all the ingredients and shit and see if it's like just... I basically just want one that's literally just coffee, you know? No moron sweetness right now. Oh. Thanks for the pick at Bub's Barbecue. The go. Hey, man, you're welcome, bro. Have you sent me the $5 yet? Who was the guy, man? Someone was yapping to Dino and got a... I took a picture of someone with Dino. Because there's, like, no one there. And then I told the guy that he owed Dino $20, bro. And he, like, genuinely started reaching for his wallet, man. Like, bro, come on, dude. You don't need to pay the dinosaur, man. Dinosaur's humble, man. Spoonlegs, I do. Stock and busy at my go-to unflavored. Right, stock I've just genuinely opened here, so... What's the ingredients in them, do you know? Like, is cold brew coffee legit just, like, water and coffee? And it's just cold? That's what I want. No sweetening, no moron caramel, none of that bullshit, bro. It should be perfect. Cold brew, man. I don't even know why I like it so much, bro. I remember the first time I ever had it, man. It was in Florida, actually. You guys got stock called? I'm on the stock brew website now, and its currency's in pounds. If it's in pounds, it means that it'll deliver to the UK. That's why when that guy's like Black Rifle, bro, it was dollars, mate. As soon as it's dollars, it doesn't deliver to the shitty UK. Yo, bagel. 13 colony lead. Wait, shit, is my kick title something to do with the 250 years, bro? It should be the Scythe swinging slasher right now. And I know when I say the term Scythe swinging slasher out loud, you should all automatically know exactly where the reference came from, bro. The Scythe swinging slasher, you know. Oh, yeah. Right, guys, I've worked hard today. I'm going to end the stream after this Necroarch dies. Unless I don't get an imbued heart, then I'm going to keep streaming. Oh, damn. Guess I'm going to have to keep streaming, guys. No imbued heart today, mate. Why are all my Necrals in the way? Get in the pile, you morons. Grab me cannon sign, don't mind if I do. Man, I'm still pissed off for that League of Legends game today, man. Legit was watching, so excited to see Caps play. So apparently he's like the most cracked EU player ever. And then they literally just got genuinely curb stomped, bro. Oh my god, bro. Freaking Zeus or whatever, you know? I'd say Zeus, man. It's freaking steamroll him, bro. Oh my god. If Oda wasn't a streamer, you would have had 10,000 viewers. It's true. If the Big O wasn't a streamer, mate, I reckon I'd be a 30k Andy. That's why I hate the Big O. How's the skin? My neck right now has one of the worst flare-ups I've had in the last 4 years, bro. I went and showed Jessie it, and she actually audibly gasped when she saw it, and I was like... And I didn't know what it looked like at this point. She did that, and I thought I was generally about to die or something. But yeah, it's like I had my nephew on my back today, giving him like a piggyback around the thing, bro. He grabbed my neck and it was so painful. It wasn't that painful, actually. I won't react to that far. But yeah, it's pretty brutal. Flax passed away. Flax did pass away. Me and Jesse were talking about what frog we want. I think we don't rush it because I think it's a good opportunity that we finally get the toad we've wanted for so long. But I think the toad can also come in 10 years, so... I think we're heavily... The name will come when we see the correct frog. But I think we're heavily leaning towards the name Pickle at the moment. And we kind of want Pickle... Again, this is not something we're planning. To basically be the identical species Flax was. Ceratophus cranwelli with the pattern. And be a male version. Now, we're not going to rush it again, but yeah, we're talking about how we think frog is a great pet for us. Cotton? Nope. The names we were kind of going for, we already know the names for the toads, but the Pac-Man frogs are different, and we were between, like, pistachio, melon, jalapeno, and then pickle. But then we've both decided we don't really like pistachio anymore. Pistachio is more of like a dog name, we think, rather than a frog. Pickle's a very frog name, we think. Jalapeno's a frog name. Mr. Milk. Yeah, call it Oda Frog. Look, I'm not gonna name my frog after Oda Block, man. I'm calling the dog Omar. And everyone's like, hey, bro, did you name your dog after Oda Block? I'm like, no, man. I named it after Omar Little from the Bible. I'm only kidding, bro. If I say I named my dog after Omar, his viewers will say that, and I'll get an extra 9% of Oda's viewer base watching me. And that's a lot of viewers, bro. Is it true that Ginger Beardy will overtake Oda soon? I'm gonna say no. Ginger Beardy is a very talented, entertaining streamer, but so is the Big O. But he's already got the platform ahead of the Beard, so no. Although the Beard has more viewers than the Big O during that Rust thing, but Titus. Yeah. I've not seen you in a while, Titus. Maybe you joined Dead Man. I might not have seen you, bro. I don't really read the chat much during Dead Man All Stars. The Beard knows how to network well. No, he doesn't. If anyone knew how to network well, he'd be a 10K Andy. The money Oda pays for his viewbot would cripple Ginger Beardy financially. True, true, true. That is true. I forgot that part. So yeah, I don't think the Big O could ever be the size of Oda. He can't afford the viewbot, mate, you know. Oh, poor. Moron, pick up that tooth key. It despawned. Where do you think Home Final Dragon Fight song slots best in tracks of the game? I'd have to re-listen to it. I feel like right now I really do want to say that A Sailor's Dream is one of the best tracks ever produced in RuneScape. You know, no nostalgia from old school tracks. It's a modern day track that I think is an absolute slammer. Is Home better though? I don't really remember Home that well. I was too dialed in on the fight, mate. A Sailor's Dream, I listened to like 30 times in a few days because I smashed out the sailing tracks while I did 99 Sailing. Home, I think I've only legit heard it the one time. Oh no, I watched Foe kill the boss as well, bro. Foe's kill on the boss was freaking clean as shit. It was genuinely almost perfect. I think he made like 10 mistakes max or some shit. Too bad he wasn't perfect at Cerberus. Hey, man, Farmer's a 1 out of 5. Oh. Farmer's a 1 out of 5, chap. Maybe soon. Dead. Yeah, the Rizzlers are 4 out of 5, but they don't have an account anymore, bro. So the Rizzlers are just gone, you know. Who would you kick out to join the Farmers? I mean, it's not really my place to kick anyone out, but I think Denise just kind of joined as a default. So Denise's spot is sort of like, I feel like she would step out first to let another creator join in a way. I also don't know if Curtis would also drop out with Denise, because obviously they're married. Or if Curtis will be a farmer forever, you know. Yeah. The plow would never lose? Yeah, I don't know if it's true. I'm just kind of yapping though, so. Could be wrong, but I think it's their last farmer series. Yeah, so I feel like the farmers, I'll be deadly honest, I think the farmers are now like so solidified as who they are that I don't really know who would join the farmers that would improve it, you know. People might say me, maybe Sick Nerd might be the two people that might be the most realistic, but I feel like they should just play as a 4. I think the farmers are now just the farmers. I think as soon as you bring someone like super new into it, it might change like everything, you know. You're behind on all the memes and shit. Like for me, I probably watch the least farmer content out of anyone, you know. I barely watch because I'm always live myself. 3,700, yeah, look at him stopping cheating, man. Awful performance. That might be the worst performance I've seen. Embarrassing. Who's leaving the farmers? Foe decided to step down from the farmers after the mammal allegations have been... I think it's temporary or something. Mammal allegations, bro. That's a term we're never going to hear ever again, are we? Mammal allegations. It's never going to happen, bro. Wait, imagine Mr. Mammal gets cancelled. That would be a weird timeline, bro. How could Mammal ever be cancelled, bro? Mr. Mammal canceled, bro. But he needs to work on his clip farming. Bro, I literally went on my clips like yesterday, bro, and half my clips are just titled like me flaming Oda block or something, bro. And I swear all the comments will probably be taking me seriously, you know. All you need to do is say something negative about Oda, and your clip will get 100k views, bro. Because all the Oda viewers will click it. that's the trick. You know, and if you don't believe me, if my title's like Mad Cow should be cancelled, bro, you know, it's gonna have like 4k views. You know, the cow's never getting cancelled. Best way to grow as a streamer, guys? Slurp onto and leech off the biggest creator, bro. That's why Torvesta followed Odablock everywhere, man. The Greek god strategy. Okay, yeah, the Greek god strategy was kind of there, but I will be honest, mate. The old Greek, I don't know what his streams are like now, but the old Greek was easily one of the most entertaining streamers on the platform during H1Z1, man. Without any question, man. I think he went like some Andrew Tate route or some shit like, I don't know, man. Do I read the kick chat every now and then? Who had the most clutch play in all of them on All-Stars this year? I don't really think anyone had a clutch play. Unless someone did in the actual week. Anyone get like a 1 HP escape or something? Oh, the Gnome Inferno. Oh, yeah, the Gnome Inferno, he double death with Zuck, right? I've still not seen the clip. But I think he double death with Zuck. Died. Yeah, died to Zuck. But because Zuck died, he didn't get the Inferno cape, but he got the kill of the mission. That was it. That's probably one of the most clutch things that's ever happened in the game, in all honesty. So I'm just going to say, I think it's the No Monkey Inferno, you know, and keep things simple. That's actually crazy. Bro, imagine he actually died there, though, and didn't even kill Zuck because he bolted a 0. He had to do it all again, bro. I didn't see the cave, but surely he had the shittest gear ever, and it's the most miserable Inferno ever, bro. Mutz was on wave 65. No, Mutsu is gone. Mate, this YouTube shuffle right now is firing all the... Wait, that wasn't even Boris that previous show. Rune crossbow, mixed hides. Gun. I mean, I guess gunslinger made it okay. Actually, now I think about it. Yeah, that mission was a fumble, bro. Imagine that mission was for a real Void Worker. That would have been goblin. And when the person get, I mean, that mission would. Oh no, would it work? I was gonna say, like, if somebody had the Inferno as the mission, when they kill Zork, they get the totem, but they're not allowed to teleport with it, so they appear outside the Inferno with the red skull, and their team has to come protect them while they're in the middle of, like, stalling Zuck or some shit. Which means they're gonna be doing 7 sets if the team can't get them out. Although, what happened if... Oh, no, you guys... Yeah. Hello, Stub42. You've typed to 33 and you've prime subbed. Prime? Zoom. 50 pounds. Melee necros. Hey, I melee'd a task of necros in Deadman mode once. I think it took me... I actually think it was like a 4-hour Slayer task. Like, I really want to say it was like a bit over 3 hours, but I genuinely think it was a bit over 4 hours. It was so long. Which side task you do? I do Necreal, Abyssal Demons, Dust Devils, Bloodvelds if I have Dancers. I feel like I can probably just cancel Bloodvelds now, to be honest. Yeah, I think I cancel Bloodvelds now. I think it's just those 3 that I said, because they're the best barrage tasks. And then I'll do Hellhounds now at Cerberus. When I hit 92, I will extend a Rack Sights, and I will do a Rack Sights for Arania Boots, then a Raxor for Rancor. And I still think I do a Rack Sights forever, right? Yeah, I do, because Imbued Heart's like mega from... They're actually good XP, but I think I need a cannon for them. I don't know if it's worth making cannonballs for a Rack Sights alone. I feel like with the double cannonball mold, it might not be a bad idea just to AFK him for a couple hours, but... I think if we take into account everything, including the Imbued Heart chance from the superiors, making cannonballs for that one task is probably worth it. At Grimstone with the new update? Oh, what's a Grimstone? And don't use the word sailing. Then you got lots from Doom? Wait, you get cannonballs from Doom? I mean, I did get spooned at Doom, so I don't think I've got that many. But yeah, if I have like a few, like, tens of thousands, then I'll check at the bank next time. But yeah, I did get spooned at Doom, so I might not have many. It's nice to say that out loud, chat. Spooned at Doom, bro. Dry everywhere in the game, except for a B-ring. I'm also going dry at Cerberus right now, so... You know, literally, this account, spooned at Doom, dry everywhere else. End of the day, mate, that's not bad, you know? Doom's scary. Do you have treads? I'm wearing them! Why do you want Arania boots if you have treads? Arania boots are just for Sarachnis. I have to do, I think, 50 kills at Sarachnis, so Arania boots will make that cozy. It's just the way I'm playing the account. I'm doing it like in certain ways where the CAs are done. Like, you can go do Serapnis CAs whenever the hell you want. But like when I complete the series, if I complete the series, just everything's done in this really nice order. Have I ever had an imbued heart? I've never had an imbued heart drop in the live game, but I've had it in leagues and I've had it in Deadman before. No, I've had like 3 eternal gems now in the live game. Never had an imbued heart. John Jagex ain't on my side, man. Yeah. Did you like the Dragon boss fight? I liked it, but I don't think I liked it as much as many other people liked it. I'm someone that likes very fast-paced stuff in RuneScape, and the Draken fight has a lot of slow moments. I will always say Draken is, or could have easily been, the greatest encounter of all time. But yeah, just some things kind of slowed it down a bit for me that made it a bit like, yeah. Plus, I don't like the low hits. I can understand everything, but Draken would be a better boss if it had 5,000 hit points and your max hit wasn't capped. Yeah, the waves. I actually watched Foe do it, and the dash phase was faster than I remember. So I think I actually giggled that one a bit, but the wave phase, like, imagine it just did the dash phase twice, man. You know, that would have been pretty popping then. I think, I'm going to be honest, I think with Draken, the only thing I didn't like was the waves. You know, outside of that, I think it's pretty good, apart from, like, the low max hits as well. But I think the wave phase, for me, ruined it a bit. But that's just me. Outside of that, yeah, the dash phase is, from what I saw visually through Foe's stream, better than I remember. I also do agree, though, with I put more thought into this. Jagex not allowing us to replay that fight. I think it's a good thing, because I think if you do that fight over and over again, you'll probably get completely sick of it. You know? Like, if you had to, I truly believe if you had to farm Draken with those mechanics, 10 minutes a fight, for a big drop, it would be the least popular boss in the whole game. Everyone would freaking hate it. The fact that it's a one-time encounter quest boss makes it work completely. Raids 4 might have similar mechanics. Raids 4 having similar mechanics would be interesting, because again, there's going to be a load of people in the raid. So does that mean we're all going to have to, like, DD and dodge together? Because if so, that could be kind of cool, man. Because then every time someone fails it, you get to giggling, bro. Like, imagine you DD'd on your team, everyone dodges at the right time, and then one guy's behind, and you're like, woo! But in the raid, obviously, you're not going to be taking 15 damage. It's going to hit, like, 38, you know? It's going to be big damage in Raids 4. Sick Nerd. Oh, man, imagine the Sick Nerd tile clip, bro. That's going to be even worse, bro. I think when I do Draken on my hardcore, depending how I feel, I think I might actually keep redoing the fight until I get a perfect kill. Because I really don't know when I ever do that fight ever again. You know? So if you ever want to actually kill it perfectly, you have to just keep resetting until you get it. But the problem is, I mean, I don't really think you die on a hardcore even if you keep resetting. It doesn't have insta-kill mechanics outside of that praying mage part, which I really don't think you'd ever forget, so... Imagine I die. If I reset like 50 times because I still hadn't got it and then just died. Oh my god, that'd be so bad. But yeah, the fight's not that dangerous. But then as well, if you're doing perfect kill resets, you're not going to ever really be low health because you're never making mistakes. The only way you die is if you do not pray that magic. So it could be a fun little grind to go for. Yeah, there's very small chip damage, but you just drink a brew every time you lose, 16 health, whatever it is. Sicknerd is gone. No sponsor, no Sicknerd. I'm sorry, guys. No sponsor, no Sicknerd. Yeah. No Sicknerd, no sponsor to GG. Yeah, basically, if I guarantee you, chat, when Sicknerd's back, it'll be some kind of sponsor or something that can involve money. Guarantee, you know. You know, if he comes back for that Crusader Classic, I'm pretty sure he's in the roster for Crusader Classic. But if he comes back, $10,000 prize pool, mate. You know, money. Seen it. You know, all he's got to do is beat Reese, Oder, and a few others, mate. You know. Moti today, Brazil-Norway prediction. So apparently Brazil have fell off and Norway are really good right now. So I'm going to go with what I've been told and say I think Norway's going to win. And I think England face Norway if they beat Mexico, correct? And then if we beat Norway, I think we have to probably play Argentina. What is Haaland playing? He's from the UK, bro. Type of guy, man. Swear to God, bro. Am I staying up for the game? Hell no, bro. My sleep schedule's amazing right now. I'm going to bed at 10 o'clock. The fact that pubs are open till 5 a.m. today. Yeah, I'll be in bed. I mean, we're going to watch House of the Dragon today a little after 9 p.m., I think. And then I'm just going to go to bed. I'm going to wake up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And then I have to check my phone to see if the plumber confirms any time. If he doesn't, I'll play RuneScape for a couple hours. Then I'm going to go live at 10 a.m., bro. House of the Dragon with a giggle. I'm honestly half hate watching House of the Dragon as well, but House of the Dragon has a lot of potential. Season 2 was just, I think everyone admits that House of the Dragon Season 1 was, it was okay. Season 2, what in the hell? We're freaking garbage, bro. It's just always the same. He's like, hey man, this guy hallucinated in a castle for an entire season, bro. That was it. I don't even know what the plot of Season 2 was, man. I can't even remember. Yeah, Jesse's telling me, because I also half hate watch House of the Dragon, but not as much as From. And Jesse's telling me that Season 3 of House of the Dragon is basically going to be what Season 2 should have been. So, you know, I think the show does have potential, show. First 2 episodes should have been out. Season 2 ended. Yeah, we're a bit into Season 1, 3 episode 1 right now, because we both got tired, and if we get tired, we just end it. Oh, what's the next League of Legends game I need to watch, bro? Because the one today was shit. T1 tomorrow. Who are T1 playing? How did the streamer feel about Night of the Seven Kingdoms? Night of the Seven Kingdoms is a great example of how when I saw the trailer, I thought it looked shit. Because I thought comedy and this doesn't belong in the Game of Thrones universe. And then the show humbled me, bro. Night of the Seven Kingdoms was very, very good. Very good show. And I think we get 1 season a year. How are they all aggro to me? We have the toading potion. What is peak old school gaming? Finally having good gear or chilling with tasks or grinding the good gear? What would your definition of peak old school gaming be? You know, would you be like where it's the most fun to play the game? I want to say the most fun is when you're doing grinds that aren't that time, depending on how much you can play, that aren't that time consuming, that are direct upgrades. So for me, something like grinding top for a Scythe can't be peak old school gaming because the grind is so long. Now I'm in a minor peak because I'm going to have so many gear upgrades in the next, like, 2 weeks alone, or the next 100 and something hours. Because they're all, like, 20, 30-hour grinds each. And they're all happening, like, sort of simultaneous. So it's quite fun to play this little bit of an era. And then I go do all the CAs in the game that are melee. And then I go to TOA! And apparently friggin' Shadow's 130 hours, mate? That's not even bad. What is gear upgrades? Max Treads, Rancor, and Occult Necklace. While I work on Treads and Rancor, I'm also getting the Slayer levels. Probably kill the boss, mate. Mr. Flash, how you doing, bro? Did I enjoy the recent update? Yeah, I did. I bopped some maggot. I'll be killing some more on Wednesday, I think, unless I'm addicted to hardcore. I think I'd like to do another bunch of kills. Nightmare ever in the picture? No, just the CAs. What if Inquisitor is mega best in slot rates for? I still don't really care about it. If it's absolutely, like, mandatory, and it won't be it depends on if it's actually super cracked. If it is, then yeah, I'll happily grind Inquisitor off Nightmare before I do raids for. But that's so far away. Oh, wait. Nightmare. I enjoy Nightmare. How many hours did I spend at top for Scythe? It's gonna be 1,000 raids, and I do like maybe 5 raids every 2 hours. So it's like a minimum 200 hours plus everything else going on. It's probably like a 300, 400 hour grind or something. Wait, did I do that math right? I think I did that math really wrong, but lot of time. Sure, close to rank 1 hardcore top. I'm rank 1 alive, but if I was to die right now, I'd be rank 3. I'm like 150. No, I'm like 200 behind rank 2, and then like 500 behind rank 1. So yeah, I don't really know if I ever get rank 1 top, but because the 2 people ahead of me are dead, I could go back there with the Scythe. Yeah. 2K cape would go crazy. Yeah, I just don't know if I want to do top for another couple of months to get like a 2K cape or something. That's the problem. 2K cape though on a hardcore Iron Man, no one has ever done it. And no one ever will unless someone goes and does it without dying, obviously. Try and get it and then die at 1700. It's so much time, bro. So maybe we send it. Cannonballs, thank you, bro. How many do I have? 20,000! Yes! Are they all from Doom? I'm pumping now. I'm happy now. Today's a good day. $20,000, man. Could be one of your Magnus Opus grinds post GM. Well, when I get GM, if I get GM, I'd like to do or go get best in slot everything, which is a long time, and that doesn't work on anything like top. That's like Inquisitor, Zarek Crossbow, all the DT2 rings, Ancestral, all that shit if I don't have it. After that, if I want rank 1 anything right now, I'm leaning CG, because I feel like rank 1 CG is one that is very easy to never be beaten on. Because no one really will do CG beyond 2 enhanced weapon seeds on a hardcore. So somebody would have to go dry enough to be rank 1. So if I actually grind beyond it, you know, someone then goes dry, they might never defend their rank, so yeah. Do next? I think I'll pass on this. Did Magnus Carlsen stop when he got GM? No! Yeah. Absolutely not, man. When is the 3rd age retirement clue grind? Never. Ooh, the big one. Mr. Pat, how you doing, mate? Make sure you don't die if you follow my guide in a hardcore. Heard some rumors, mate. If you do, you just embarrass yourself. You know, you have to always remember that there was a PVM tier list back in the day, right? And one of our players, you know, big creator by the name of RuneScape, you might know him. He was rated D tier, and he was very upset with that. So he went out to prove to everyone that he was not D tier. And he streamed his gameplay. And all he did was prove he was D tier. So that's what Pet is doing now, bro. He's playing on hardcore Iron Man, mate. You know, imagine he just dies to a blood valve, mate. You know, he's gone. I joke. You gonna be in some column? I'm commentating it, Mr. Petter, mate. You know, slip me a couple of gifted, mate. I'll say some good things about you. I've been saying that to everyone right now. I'm up about 50 gifted so far. It's pretty good. Yeah. Why did Petter still tell Oda to draft him? It's called a Titan draft, right? These are now the terms of All-Stars, okay? A burger team is a team created that just, you've chosen not the best picks. But you kind of know they're not the best picks. That's a burger team. The Titan team is when you're picking people who you think have potential, trying to be slick. And then they turn out to be a massive pile of dead camel, mate, and you're just a Titan team now, so... Titans, bro. Daily reminder, bro. Torment's the first big dolphin. Ooh. Alfie was a first pick in Deadman All-Star. What's he thinking? His theory. So we've spoke to Torvester about this because we told Torvester he's trolled his draft twice. In season 1, he thought the best player for season 1 would be someone who's like an all-arounder that can grind, and he chose Alfie, which is a very, you know, if you could choose an all-rounder that can grind, Alfie is 100% on that radar. But that just wasn't what you needed. The 120 hours is easy to hit. Although I didn't actually hit the 120 hours for the first time. But yeah, that's why he first picked Alfie. But if you ever go back at Deadman All-Stars Season 1 and look at the roster and look at Torvester's, like, oh, mate, he had so many people who could pick one. I just remember, like, I already knew I was making the burger team. I already knew I was picking the specs into Sick Nerd. And then when Torvester, because I didn't know if I was going to have what pick order I was, then I was 4th pick. And I was like, will Torvester actually choose specs? And then I spoke to Nesty later, and Nesty said he kind of considered him. Only watch the Dino Nuggets this time around? Who is a good pop to catch one of the teams? I don't know, but I'm going to say surely the Pert Rebels is probably the answer. Anyone else want to say, is there any other team? If you want to rewatch All-Stars, now it's happened, and you've already watched the Dino Nuggets, would you say, I'm going to say the Pert Rebels are probably just the best to watch. Anyone but the Rhinos. Anyone but the Rhinos, brother. Anybody but the Rhinos, mate. One of the Rhinos? No fans, bro. No fans. Rhinos. Thoughts on the Aurilalcum gravel? I don't have a freaking Christing clue what that is, man. I feel like I read the word Auricalcum or whatever in the quest, but... What's the beef about Ditcher, Bitcher, and Oda? What happened in Season 1? Oh, in Season 1? I actually have no idea. Season 1 was clean. No, the drama in Season 1 was... Oh, the drama in Season 1 was every team except for us, mate. Apparently every team were crumbling a bit in Season 1, mate, and we were just burgering away, mate. It was great. It was Reese versus Oda after every breach, mate. Boatsy, would you let Peta draft your All-Stars roster? No. I wouldn't really let anyone draft my All-Stars roster. I think I do pretty good research on the bulk of the roster to know who like pretty solid picks are. You know, unless I was doing something and then Port Kazard DM me saying, hey, pick these two, and I was like, okay, deal. Yeah. You do so good you drafted Dinos for him? No, Dinos. So what happened with me and Dino was I mentioned on stream that if Dino is going to pick me, he should DM me because we can then work on who to pick next and have a shitload of time. to do so. Because the only person that can guarantee someone on that team is the first pick. So then Dino reached out to me and said, yeah, I'd love to pick you if you want to be on your team. Like, it's like he gave me the option to say I don't want to be on the team. But I was like, absolutely, mate, I'll play with the dinosaur. There's no one that could have sent me that DM where I would have said no. And then we were there like, right, let's go through this. And then we went through so many names. And we just created mock drafts of the people that we knew we were never going to get. And then we built best case scenario. Best case scenario was like Mutts into Sick Nerd or 61M into Sick Nerd or... that was it, really. We never expected Mika to win. I think it was like Mutts into Sick Nerd was our best case scenario. 61 Amazon. And that was based on if a draft got trolled. Which it did. But yeah, me and Dino had a discussion about who to get on the team. And I never pitched Sick Nerd. Dino pitched Sick Nerd. And then we both like watched him a bit and realized we know Sick Nerd's underrated. And then due to the fact that he had never played on a non-burger team, we knew how good Sick Nerd would be as a janitor. You know, he actually gets to sweat. You know, and he proved himself, you know. But then we were there like, who else do we get depending on who's actually going to be there? So the team that we came up with was going to be, this is our worst case scenario team that we were certain we would get as a complete and utter default. And that was Sick Nerd, 3rd pick, into Coxie, 4th pick. And we put a shitload of thought into Rakesy, V the Victim, and No Monkey as well, actually. And then obviously we had like all the best case, like we didn't have a best case scenario. It was just simply put, if any of these people, which was 61M, is not picked, we picked them immediately. So when we knew 61M / Mika were coming to us after framed, locked in Pip, Mika and 61M are on the board, which means we were guaranteed one. And we just said, right, pick whichever one's left and then get Signet. Done. If West Ham, for some reason there, picked someone that wasn't Mika, we would have probably gone Mika into 61M, or probably 61M into Mika, actually. That would have been good as well. Any content today, Business Jizzle? Hopefully a Hellhound task. Mika, yeah, imagine like you've got the ability to like the thing in All-Stars that first pick also has is if there's anyone left over that's like instantly gonna steamroll that 4th row, you can just nab them. That's why, like, I actually, the more I think about the pick order is I used to think that like 2nd, 4th, and 6th were the best. But the more I think about it, depending on the draft, of course, I actually think first pick is super strong. I think it is super strong. You get to pick, realistically, the best obvious S-tier pick. And then when it comes around, you have a last pick of the row that's already there, so you can look and be like, is there anyone that beats this row? Boom, lock them in straight away. And then you've already got a disgusting team. And then your next pick is like, right, who do we think is the absolute best to beat this row? Making sure that you've got a shot caller and you've got janitors on the team. So then if there is someone that's obvious to steamroll the bottom row, you lock them in as well. So an example is what we had. Imagine Mika and 61M were there, and we locked 61M in for the 3rd row, and then we look at him like, right, Mika will steamroll this next row, you know? So yeah, the more I actually think about All-Stars, the more I think first pick is the best. Will it make the best teams? Always? Absolutely not, but I actually think first pick is super strong. Only based on that back-to-back. So you can basically retaliate to the 2nd row and then start your 3rd row. So the questions you ask is, who are you picking on your 3rd row? Can they be... I mean, it depends, obviously, if there's an answer, though. There might not be an obvious answer of someone that can just automatically beat the rows. So if that answer isn't there, then you're in a BIM zone. Other than Oda, do you think anyone made an incorrect pick? So, I'll go on this a few ways. Apart from Oda, Oda's Doobies pick I still think is completely fine. I think it's the No Monkey pick that wasn't there. If he locked in Doobies and Mika, which is what I think would be good, because you know Mika, no matter what, is going to be good to everyone chosen on that 3rd row. And you know he's solid all-rounder, you know? So if he went Doobies Mika, I think that's really good. It's just the Gnome pick was too ambitious. Outside of that, the only maybe argument could be Pip getting chose by Framed, but I really stand as a sort of biased opinion. I think that pick was good. I really think that pick was important for them. Without Pip there, I do think that team could have potentially been steamrolled. But Pip, I know, made sure that they didn't do that bad. But the problem is, Pip might not be that good on that third row. You know, Pip's not really going to be comfortably beating like Mika. So you pick someone that's probably losing the row, but holds the team together. So that's only hard one. Outside of that, no. I honestly think everyone picked well, except for Oda. I would say Sync, though, might have been a bit too early. Sync is, like, Framed is friends with Sync. But Sync, like, great for the week, great PVMer and all that stuff, but the finale was a bit bad. And again, if you look at it, like, V the Victim is solid. V the Victim is a very good pick, though. But I think, again, there is a level of choosing the best pick and going with someone that you're really good friends with. I don't think Sync was a burger pick, because he did have potential, but yeah, I think he crumbled a bit on the stage. So it's very hard to say. I do think it was not the most troll draft. But yeah, Oda's picks, I'd say the picks Oda got right was Doobies and Rakesy. I think they're fine. Because yeah, if Oda's team was Mika Foe instead of Gnome and Eevee, you know, the team looks solid. We're going to take Pip available? We were really considering Pip. The reason we weren't going to go Pip is because I think Sick Nerd came on our radar, actually. And we were like, if we can get Sick Nerd... Oh, what was it again? Yeah, we were considering Pip because we guaranteed him on our 4th pick, basically. So we know he's going on that row. And Pip is always going to be on that row. So it makes no difference if we have him or another team have him. He's fighting the same people. He was on the radar for a bit, and then yeah, we eventually changed it. Like I said, our default. We actually expected West Ham to pick him. I'm so curious if Framed actually picked Sync 3rd, and then West Ham picked Pip. Would we have got 61M and Mika, bro? Now, I love playing with a general, mate, but I'll be honest, a 61M into Mika looks more solid than a 61M into the general. Mainly for the finale. That team, though, I think, honestly, if we had Dino into me, into 61M into Mika, that team, finale-wise, is going to be so hard to beat. Like, Mika on the 4th row, bro, he'd steamroll the competition there. But yeah, I think that's a hard one to decide there. It's all ifs and buts and shit and all that. Well, we'll never know. If Sick Nerd was on Oda's team, he may have quit. Oh, Sick Nerd would not have survived the Zoggies, bro. Sick Nerd would not have survived the Zoggies, man. He'd have been zogged to oblivion, bro. Pet free the whole lineup. I mean, it is like it's called the Titan picks, basically, which is like you pick people who you think are going to be good, where there's more obvious choices that are very safe, solid bets. No Monkey on that 3rd row when you have access to 61M. You've got access to skill specs. You've got access to Mika. You know, there's a lot of just solid picks. So to lock in Gnome there was just super ambitious. Very Titan level pick. And again, it didn't pay off, unfortunately. Yeah, Mutts as well. They're all just solid, bro. So even if, like, Oda locked in something like Doobies into Mutts, what the hell? Bro, no shooting star has ever landed here. I didn't even know they could land here. What the hell? That is a weird-ass star, man. Talisman, Lizard Gang, you're not minding, you moron. The hell is this? I have never known that a shooting star could ever land there, bro. Ever. I don't mind them often, but that's a weird location. Why is No Monkey not as good as a pick? It was his first ever Deadman mode, and I will forever stand. The only person that I think was going to pick No Monkey before it would come down to Oda's third pick was me and Dino, and we decided not to. And I will say, I don't know, and I'll never be able to obviously prove it because it can't be done. I truly think Oda could have got No Monkey as his third pick. As in, like, first pick Doobies, second pick Mutts, third pick No Monkey. I'm very certain of that. And he could have even chose Rakesy there and put No Monkey as the fourth pick. I'm very certain. I don't think West Ham chooses No Monkey. I don't think Frame chooses No Monkey. I don't think Reese would have chose No Monkey. And I don't think Pert would have chosen. So I really feel that because me and Dino had locked in that we weren't going to pick him, Oda would have got him on the third pick. Obviously, I can't prove it. And if you redo the draft, it might not happen, but I'm pretty sure that could have happened, which means Oda's team, again, if we didn't troll and pick him early, our team would have been spangled a bit as well, unfortunately, but we were never going to pick him. Let's go buy some runes. Oh, it's just Sunday, man. Best place to buy death runes. I'm going to go to... I'm going to treat myself and go Wizard Guild. How do I get that? So you want to touch it? Yes, sir. I really don't want to make a mock draft, but I really want to show you a mock draft to show you my thought process behind how No Monkey gets to Oda on the third pick comfortably. I'm happy, by the way, that he didn't do it because our team was super good with him picking No Monkey down. So. I also will say this. Oh my god, I'm going to say it, chat. I also truly believe if Oda didn't troll the draft and No Monkey came all the way back round to him, we would have had the Alfie torture chamber. I think Perp would have picked Mammal where Coxie was because Coxie wouldn't have been available because we took Coxie. And then, obviously, I think Foe would have took Rakesy and Gnome. And then I honestly think Perp would have took Alfie. We would have had the Alfie torture chamber, bro. No, the chamber. Did Gnome get 2 kills, 18 deaths the whole week? I mean, as far as where Oda did really well. No, sorry, Gnome did really well on the team. But I'm still saying Gnome should not have been picked where he was. And I truly believe they could have got Gnome on the back end of his picks, which means he could have put Gnome on the bottom row. So Gnome would have had to fight people like Foe and Curtis and shit, you know. But obviously it's a gamble. But I think it's a gamble that the odds were in their favor. If they made enough mock drafts, you know, I made 500 mock drafts, bro. Dino was picking him. No, me and Dino discussed Gnome more than anyone. And we finally decided to go for Coxie instead. Our team, worst case scenario, was Sick Nerd into Coxie. Sick Nerd third, Coxie fourth. And then, like I said, I don't think any of the other captains were going to pick Gnome because I know the Reese would always pick Victim there. I'm pretty sure Frame would always pick Sync there. And I think West Ham would always pick Eliop still. Now, as Coxie's no longer available for Perp, Perp's the only person that would choose Gnome there. But I think Gnome would have locked in the Mammal. Perp would have locked in Mammal. Did you ever make a mock draft in which Oda picked Gnome second? Yeah, me and Dino did. Me and Dino genuinely made that, and we said, imagine Oda does this, and we were like, there's no... Like, we have no proof, but we genuinely made that draft. We're like, there's no way this happened. If I find the DMs, I'm pretty sure I typed to Dino saying Gnome picked... Sorry, Oda picked Gnome, and I just spammed... Like, you know when you spam the keyboard? I did that. Because as soon as that happened, we knew now we were guaranteed to get, like... what was it again? I can't remember actually, but we were guaranteed to get like a pretty good team. The only downfall of first pick is if the last pick of the draft's a huge gap. Yeah, and I also don't think the last pick is ever going to be a huge gap. That's why I now think first pick in an All-Stars is super, super strong. Only because you just get that ability to immediately lock in automatically who you think you have. Right, you have first pick, so you pick the person who's going to smoke all of the top row, assuming there's a standout PK. Then when it comes round, you can just look at it and be like, right, who's going to smoke this row that's already been built? You know, you see everybody. If there's no answer to it, then yeah, okay, fair enough, not the best. Problem with that is you could end up creating a PK heavy team and you don't have any janitors. If you have no janitors, I think you might not get the best week, so. Who would you say had the worst performance overall, considering the row they were picked aside from Gnome? EVscape? I think EVscape's the fair answer, bro. Following your hardcore free guide. When should I start sailing? It should be in the guide now. You start sailing directly after you build the Lady Lumbridge and the Dragon Slayer quest. And then I think you just Tears of Guthix it until you can do the next sailing quest. It's not routed after that. Sailing is something you can't really macro into the guide. Doobie's had a terrible dead month where he was picked up. Yeah, but Doobie's where he was picked, I still think is more than a fine pick. It's the team synergy, because again, we had Doobies in a row below in Season 2, and it worked because I picked Port first, and me and Port are both janitors, so we didn't need a janitor anymore. Obviously, when Doobies is picked, Oda's not really the janitor, he's the big boy PK, you know? So then when you've got a PKer, big boy PKer into a PK, and you pick No Monkey, who needs to be the janitor, but he can never janitor, you know, you instantly are super far behind. You know, at the end of the day, if you look at the draft, look at 61M's performance on our team throughout the week and everything. He killed it. He did so well. But if you swap 61M for Doobies, and Doobies is on our team, and 61M's on his team, it might have been the exact same outcome. Doobies might have absolutely smoked on our team, because he would have worked with the 3 janitors that we had. Whereas 61M then on Oda's team might have just completely crumbled. Why does the maximum a janitor? Janitor basically means you've got people that are doing all the quests, getting all the gear and doing all that shit, you know. They're not PKing during the week, really. So an example is me, Curtis, and Sicknerd. We all had the Zombie Axe quest quested, plus the next one. So our whole team had 4-tick Zombie Axes within, like, the first day. And that alone was enough to give 61M a 4-tick Zombie Axe, and he could go bop wildy bosses. No Monkey's not a janitor. No Monkey is the janitor, but how good is he at, like, doing all the quests and all that shit? He never managed to get there. Till the late game. He carried late game. But that's why, like, if you were playing Deadman All-Stars and you were in Oda's position with the picks, I think a lot of you would say Doobies is more than a fine pick there. You just need someone to back him up and begin building the team. And would you then choose... Who would you choose then? How many of you would actually choose No Monkey when you could choose Mika, Mutz? Who else went on that row? Mika, Mutz, you know, like... Those two alone are just solid there, you know? But yeah, that's just basically how it goes. I will always say, Oda's first pick on Doobies is more than fine. If he chose to pick 61M instead, 61M might have brought the same performance that Doobies did. It was the No Monkey pick. If the No Monkey pick was someone solid like Mutz, Mutz could have got them all going, you know. You could also argue, though, that, again, and I will say this, with Oda's team, It was mainly the Eevescape pick. I truly will also say that if they picked Foe there, and Foe gave them the strats and what to do, they would have been way better. Way better. That was the main thing. Like, I can also say that the No Monkey pick, I think, is ambitious. It's not good, and it's a Titan pick. But if they got Foe there, No Monkey could have been unlocked immediately, and it could have been a fantastic pick. So you can always say the Gnome pick wasn't Uber Troll, it was the Eevescape pick. You know, that Eevescape pick was expensive for me, man. You know, 0.3 Bitcoin it cost me for him to fold the tournament, you know. There's no calling in multi. Yeah, that's one thing. Like, before I even got picked on my All-Stars team, I think I remember saying to you guys, all I want is my captain to be a good PKer and one shot caller on the team. When Dino then got first pick, and he said he was picking me, and I know that he's a good PKer, and he shot calls, I was chilling, bro. I was so happy. It's the only thing I wanted. Sometimes I spoke over Dino to tell the team to not speak over Dino. Bro, sometimes everyone was talking and Dino was talking. I was trying to... Because I sit in silence normally. The only thing I would ever say is, like, simmying or refroze on X. Other than that, I think it's normally way better just to listen to what's happening. I didn't sit in silence the whole week. No, when we're in multi-fights. When we're in multi-fights and Dino's saying shit, I just sit there and listen and work out what I'm doing and attack someone. And then the only things I will say in a multi-fight is, did I catch a refreeze on the person we're trying to refreeze? Am I going in for a simmy? Single spells if someone's in the clump? They're like the only things I would say. And then there was the time when, yeah, I was there like, right, everyone quiet, listen to Dino. Right, I'm gonna keep my 10 mil cash stats so my career's not dead. Right. What's my task? Necril again. Nice. If the RNG changes for the Crusader tourney are good, can you see it being added to All-Stars finale? I'd like to say no, based on that I genuinely think the All-Stars we just did was close to perfect. If that's... there's a good chance there'll be another Crusader tourney before we even have Deadman's All-Stars 4. If it is just astronomically better, then yes, maybe. But yeah, I think the All-Stars that just happened was so close to being perfect. The whole thing perfect. They really should not add or change things massively. Just minor tweaks. Which, in my opinion, is one mission a day for a tier 1 item. Please, Matt Omar win next year. Omar wins when he gets first pick, picks me. And then, what do I do for the Big O? I do the same thing I did for Dino. Big O's running around on day 2 with the best gear in the game. How would the draft have looked if Port Kazard didn't get replaced by Eevee? So Dino's already confirmed he would always pick me over Port. So the question we have is, would West Ham still pick Greg over Port? West Ham chose the best PK at end. I think he went for Greg for those reasons. Which means I think that Port would have ended up on the Frame Friends. Because I think Framed would lock in Port Kazard over Lake, because Port is just better than Lake. So it makes sense not to pick an inferior pick. And then that means Lake or Torvesta goes to Reese. And that's a hard one right there. I don't know if Reese would confirm who he'd pick in that situation. And then I think Perp probably still locks in Skidler, which means I honestly think that Oda would be torn between 61M Torvesta and whatever, but I feel he would have gone Torvesta into No Monkey. And then Torvesta would have been on the Titan team again, bro. No, but Oda rates 61M? Yeah, that's why I think Oda would be between Torvesta and Doobies. And I would say I think Oda would choose Torvesta over Doobies, because I think Torvesta is better than Doobies, so. So therefore, Oda's team would have been Torvesta into No Monkey. And then that would have also been an absolute Titan team. Torvesta would have brought the exact same tournament that Doobies did, in my opinion. Considering he also was burgering around on the Rhinos. That means Doobies, though, would have been one road down. But yeah, that would have been... Let me keep going through it. So if that happened, then I think Perp locks in skill specs every single time. Reese would probably lock in... I really want to say Reese would lock in... No, if Reese has Lake now, then he would lock in 61M or Doobies here. And I don't know who he'd go for. I don't know if he has an order of that. Which means it comes back to Framed. I think Framed would lock Pip in again. Wait, hold on. That means that Mika... Oh, no. Yeah, then I think the West Ham would either lock in Mika or Doobies. And then our team would have been Doobies into Zenith. Or Mika into Zenith. Any drops from Cerberus? Not yet. I'm dry. But Cerberus is more than fine to go dry. And I've got like 50 billion prayer pots, so... You messed up the draft by not being captain? No, I didn't. The draft got first messed up by Port dropping out. Because if I was a captain, then everyone's like, oh, Port's trolled the draft by not being a captain. Because he's basically the first pick, you know? You know? Port's better than me. If I was a captain and Port's in the roster, it's the exact same shit, you know? Just worse. You would only ever pick me over Port Kazard in Deadman All-Stars if you actually just wanted to play with me. That is it. If you wanted to pick someone based on, like, imagine, you know how everyone had the little, like, playing cards at the end, bro? Port Kazard's card would have been, like, PVM 100, PvP, like, 98, planning 102, some stupid shit, bro. You would have the solo mission stats. Mr. Blue Cat W, thanks to the Prime. Welcome, man. Fake humble? How is it fake humble for me to say that the only reason to pick me in a Deadman All-Stars over Port Kazard is if you wanted to play with me? It is just back. I don't think you're behind him a lot. Ah! Feel you're better at PvP? Mate, I'm not gonna show you the fight me and Port had in the arena, bro. You know, the one where he got like 24 free hits on me, you know. We're not gonna talk about that one. Does Port regret dropping out? No, he was training me for the finales and all that stuff, and the other person that he was like yapping to the whole time, he said he loved watching All Stars as a viewer. Because you have to remember, Port played Season 1 and 2. He's never spectated it. I've never spectated it. You know, so this time around, he can actually watch because he's not allowed to watch streams. Yeah, he said he really enjoyed it. Will Port ever play an All Stars again? I would like to see him, mate. Although I don't want to compete against him, which is bad because realistically, the only way he's on my team, I'd like to think, is if I'm a captain, bro, and I can nab him. But if I ever was a captain again and Port was available for my pick, I would message him and be like, yo, we've played together before. Do you want to play again, or would you rather have like a fresh team? And I'd give him that like respect to say like he wants a fresh team or something. If he's down to play again, then yeah. The brawler, the bullfrogs. The bullfrogs will be back. Be first pick, who am I picking? Oda or Port? If I had first pick, I would pick Oda over everyone. I would love to play an All-Stars of Oda. You know, picking Oda now as well. There's a lot you get from Oda. One, you get probably the best PK for that row. I think Oda clears anyone that would be on that row to an extent. Unless Pet is there, maybe, then it'd be close. But you also get a 250% revenue increase from All-Stars, yeah. Pet is the next All-Stars guaranteed? Yeah, because it's like, again, if Oda has the first pick, he then would have a choice between me and Petter, and I think picking me there, it just doesn't make sense. Because if Oda and Petter are on the same team and go into the finale with anything level of good gear, the finale, not the week, that no one's really winning that, you know. Think about it, you know, that's just like borderline, they're going to win the whole thing straight away. Picking me, and then I fight Petter and get smoked, you know, then he loses, you know, doesn't win the whole week. If Oda had first pick with Petter genuinely in the roster, it's almost GG in the select, man. Who joined us at a port? Evescape. They're going to the finale with Black Diadem Mystics. No, not really. Again, they could, if they wanted to truly win, Oda would lock Petter in and then just try and find 2 janitors on his next picks that are good on their rows. Maybe not the best, but good on their rows, you know. There's a good chance they could slurp up Sicknid minimum. You know, plus if you have to think, if there's loads of really good picks, you know, a lot of people come back around that are good. There's a genuine world where Oda could lock in Petter on the first pick and then get Mika and Mutz back-to-back on his next 2 picks. Are you telling me that Oda into Petter into Mika and Mutz ain't just instant GG in how the game works? It's over, bro. He lost Season 2. Yeah, Season 2, though, they lost a max set of Barrows, and then he got DDoSed, and the Snake, no one was ever beating the Snakes. But I think in Season 2, had he not lost the max set and not been DDoSed, they would have come second. And I don't think anyone beats the Snakes. So I think they'll have it back in Chicago. I'll be honest, I would love it back at that exact same venue. It's because I know the area now, but that Bub City area was just like, it was so convenient for people to go there and meet the creators, you know? It was a massive area that could accommodate everybody. If we move it to somewhere else that doesn't have that area, it'd be a bit sad. Hey, Bowman's coming home? Absolutely not, mate. I will not be watching the game. I will be asleep. I think the food situation was too rough this season. No, I think it was completely fine. The blood money was a strategy to play, which obviously the Weasels played very well and capitalized on the most. We did it a different way. We fed Dino to get single kills. Is Lampard playing? Lampard is gone. That Yama mission, bro. That Yama mission was so freaking stressful, bro. I hated that shit. In hindsight, it was a lot of fun, though, bro. In the moment, bro, friggin' moron Oda camping the fairy rings, sick nerd doing the bank tank. All this time, we thought that the Weasels were just getting a free Zoriel staff. Oh my god, it was so stressful in the moment. Piss annoying mission. The Red X teleport tech? Yeah, that normally works. I don't know why it didn't. And then I panicked because I just started walking because it didn't work in the moment. I was like, oh shit, and I was worried a team was going to run in for it and I was going to get plonked. And then I would have been dead. So many people getting mad at Oda. He did nothing wrong. Like, at the end of the day, Oda solo PKing, unlocking the 2 best ways to get there, is a good strategy, you know. You know, he was doing nothing wrong there. I also believe he got some kills as well, which is blood money for the team. But that's why, again, we had to work out another way in. We're like, right, let's take a fairy trinket to here and take a minecart in, and we managed to get past the big block. Also, 8 teams. I think I'd like to see, if anything, 6 teams of 6. And the way it would work is it would be the exact same snake draft, and then the 6 people that are not chosen are randomly assigned to the teams. Because I feel like the bottom row at that point, they're not going to be, like, there might be one person that everyone's begging for, but I don't think they're ever going to be, like, they're not going to completely change the team. What do you think about everyone starting out on a max stat account for more time to get crazy finale? Yeah. If everyone's got max stats, though, a lot of people would just be questing the whole time and then doing PVM in instances, you know? It'd be pretty shit, I think. Outside of breaches and stuff. I think, again, you do not need to overhaul Deadman All-Stars. Do it exactly the same. There's only some very minor changes to do. And again, the main change to do is either look at a playtime difference. Some people are requesting it to be 14 hours a day, 10 hours of downtime over 10 days. With the cap lifted, so it's now 140 hours you get to play, and no midweek break. So 140 hours of gameplay, that could start seeing shit like Virtus and all. And then 1 mission a day. That 1 mission a day is always a tier 1 reward, which means it's always like a VLS. So every team really wants to go for it. And that's it. They're the only changes. Oh, the other change as well. I don't know this one. This one's really complicated. It would be if you die in multi, you don't lose your bank key. So you could prep return sets And the multi-fights could be pretty intense. Downside then is if you somehow tank to singles and then die, bro, you lose your banking, man, you know? But yeah, a lot of people didn't like the whole logging out to preserve playtime. Myself included, I'm not a massive fan of it. I'm pretty good at holding my playtime and logging out. But if they set it to 14 hours a day, for even if it's 14 hours a day for 9 days, which is a total of 126 hours, I think. Yeah, that's correct. With no downtime, although that means if you ever go AFK and stuff, like during it, that's when you're losing time. But that means you could max 128 hours out and you don't have to continuously be logging out because it makes no difference. Which I think if Oda wanted to put 15-minute delay on every stream, it's hard to say. You've got to remember that Oda's stream has a chat so ridiculously active that even if he has a 15-minute delay, if his team, isn't really vibing and he wants something to do, he can read that chat. Some creators on a 15-minute delay would have no chat. And if their team just isn't vibing, bro, they're basically playing in silence. So that's another hard one to actually answer. I think some people do like to read their chat when they play. How many people read their chat and take the advice, though, from the chat hoppers? Yes, it 100% happens. You know, there's no point in saying that people don't, you know. It 100% happens. All-Star's not the time to reach out. Yeah, I know, but it's just the downside. It's like, if I look at it from my point of view, if I'm on a team that isn't vibing and I want to do something while it's downtime and everyone's quiet, I'd rather just, like, have a little yap to my chat, you know? If someone in my chat while I'm yapping's like, Oda's coming, you know? I'm going to keep playing as I normally do, you know? And then if Oda comes and I escape legit, fine. And if I die, I'm just gonna play that way. That's me, though. I would say only if a prize pool was added or something that chat should be delayed, maybe. But I also think that prize pools should not ever be added. Unless they want to reward Season 3 winners, then, yeah, then it's good. Other streamers acting like they weren't taking advice from chat hoppers. Some streamers do, some streamers don't. My general rule of when I play an All-Stars, if I read my chat, which I do, if I read some information that could be true, could just be a bait, I basically treat it like I never read it. Because that information, if I wasn't streaming, I would never know it. Yeah. Boaty, are Tudors high class? What, are we talking... Bro, I'm not gonna lie. My brain is instantly thinking Henry VIII here, or are we talking Tudor as in, like, the watch? That is what my brain immediately just sort of thought on. Are we talking is Henry VIII high class? Or are we talking Tudor the watches, bro? I genuinely don't know. I'm guessing we're talking the watches, but I'm in the middle of yapping about All-Stars, not watches, bro. Ew. Do you think you might subconsciously behave differently? I mean, the way I play is I'm almost always alert to my minimap. Am I going to subconsciously behave differently? Because I pay almost 100% attention to my minimap when I'm playing. Like, normally, if someone comes on my minimap, I'm already moving in the opposite direction within one game tick. You can see that over and over in my gameplay. So, subconsciously behave differently? Yes, 100%. But I don't really notice that. I don't think my gameplay changes much at all. But yeah, when I played Deadman, like, you guys have no idea how piss annoying it was when I was bursting 94 Mage in the Curse of Arav Armored Zombies, and I was genuinely manually pathing and manually casting, and I had to keep watching my minimap in case Alfie came running in. That was every click is like this, and I have to re-glance at the minimap. I should use an eye tracker next time. You guys would get dizzy off that shit. And then Alfie never ran in! So I didn't even need to do it, bro. But that's All-Stars, you know, you have to play that way. But it's exactly like if my chat suddenly started saying, like, Alfie's coming, I'm already looking at the minimap. So if Alfie then ran in, and then I ran off, I was like, Alfie's on me or some shit. As long as at the telly, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, he sort of read the chat. But no, I'm basically staring at the minimap half the time I'm playing All-Stars. If I have to, you know. If I don't have to, then it's whatever. But yeah, you'll see, like, when I telly into, like, Falador a lot of the time, I would telly into Falador, then I'd telly out instantly, scouting it with my telly. If no one's there, I'd telly back. And that happened one time in Lumbridge. I tellied to Lumby, no one was there, tellied out straight away, don't know why. Tellied back to Lumby, and Big O was there, bro. Minimap cover. What, a Deadman All-Stars with no minimap? Oh my god, that's like what, Call of Duty Hardcore or something? Bro, that would be so terrifying to play, man. A Deadman All-Stars with no minimap. Oh my god. I honestly feel like I'd be Stream Snipe Central, bro. Ever to play zoomed out? Yeah, you'd be like this, bro. Yeah. Where you'd have to play like this, man. Nah, I hate this already. I know, I'd vote no for that. It's horrible. Was it Reese the only one without player indicators? I've never played an All-Stars with player indicators until this one. Season 1 and 2, if I saw a white dot, I'd just move and just show. Nowadays, if anyone runs on my minimap, it's a white dot with a red name. That's the competition. Which the brain also spots a lot quicker than a white dot. Because white dots you can also confuse for... Sorry, yeah, white dots you can confuse for yellow dots when you're tired as well, so... Did you like the Blute Slots edition? I mean, we had 3 treads, and I think more treads than any team. I think the Rhinos might have had 3, actually, as well. Did I like it? I feel if you remove it, then Doom is only for conflictions at that point. I see no reason to remove boot slots in the future again. I think the circles worked more than fine. And the only reason we wore the boots was because we didn't have the circles. Now we do. How important do you think the treads were to you winning? Well, the Rhinos, I think, had similar treads, but we worked out, before Deadman All-Stars happened, we realized we had 3 Doomers on our team, which was me, Sick Nerd, and Curse. And we thought to ourselves, we also worked out, and I don't know if this math is correct, but if you do 1 to 7 Doom, and then reset, that's only, like, doing Deep Delves is only 10% better or something. So we were there like, right, if we just do 1 to 7 resets, leave, and then go in, you can't really die. Everything, all the damage nulls when you jump in. And then you can also do like 4, maybe even 5 1 to 7s per trip. So that was our theory. That's why we were going to go for 5 sets of treads. I got to Doom a bit late, though, because now that I look back, I'm pretty sure we spent like maybe 12 or 15 hours of our playtime doing missions and breaches. And I honestly didn't calculate any of that into my thing, so I like 10 hours just gone there, like, was my Doom time and all that much. Next All-Stars, bro, when the Big O picks me, mate, I'm gonna have a Serpentine Helm and a Toxic Staff of the Dead on day 1, mate. And no one's gonna have any anti-venoms, bro. Deep Delve's only 10% more. I don't know about the main game, but yeah, I think so. Apparently, if you do 1 to 7 resets for treads... No, surely not, actually. I'm gonna guess main game, it's normal. We did some weird math in Deadman All-Stars, and it kind of worked out that if you do a 1 to 7 delve, leave and repeat that, and don't do any deep delves, it's only like 10% worse. And that 10% we're like, you know what? The ability to keep it safe, never die, because none of us should ever die 1 to 7. I think I did actually die once, to be honest. But yeah, you could do multiple dooms per trip at that point. Man, I have to do mixology soon. Yeah. Oh, mate. I'm going to have 92 Slayer tomorrow, guys. We might see a Raxor tomorrow, bro. 0 teens PK to Doom. Yeah, but you have to also, like, we don't know that in the moment. You have to be careful. Do you think more people will do DS2? So Dragon Slayer 2 is, if you're going to get a Purging Staff, which is probably the best staff you can get outside of Azorials, and obviously you can't really bank on getting Azorials, I think getting Dragon Slayer 2 Dawn on top of whatever is about 7 hours. I actually also believe it's less if you do every quest you need. I think I did Final Dawn and shit after Dragon Slayer 2. So I ended my All-Stars with like 208 quest points rather than just 200 and whatever the hell. But yeah, if you do that and end a quest, getting a Purging Staff and then getting Dragon Slayer 2 done is only an extra about 7 hours. Can I loot some items from you, please? Skillers! I don't think so, Junior. So do I think more teams will do it? I think if a team quests 5 Purging Staffs, that I think is very, very good to do, and I don't think it's that much of a waste of time. And then they all quested Dragon Slayer 2. I mean, that's right. Honestly, next time I want to get a Web Weaver, bro, and go kill that Black Dragon in the Wildy forever, mate, and get 5 Visages, man. Visages are actually sick in the finale. Does anyone know, by the way, how many dragons did the Frame Friends kill? Because as far as I'm aware, they had 1 DFS on Lake. And they were killing dragons. Like, the only reason we killed dragons is because we saw them killing dragons. I beg him. Radiant Hider Prime. They killed 5,678 dragons. You just made that number up because it looks like you just tapped your keyboard, bro. Oh, they had 2. I know Lake had a DFS. I don't know if they had another one. Yeah, the only reason we killed dragons is because we saw them doing it, and then we got a Visage. We had 2 Visages. I don't know. Totem. Yeah. Totem Ziggyama. Yeah, 61M got a Visage of like 5 minutes of playtime left. Then I got 1 from Rune Dragons. We only had 2. Yeah, we did. Dino took Crystal. That was it. But hitting the gym today? No, I have an insanely bad flare up on my neck right now, which means I absolutely can't go near anything that will cause me to get close to sweating. I actually hit the gym motivation today that I was telling Jesse. Like, I actually wanted to go to the gym out of nowhere. So as soon as the neck heals, which will be maybe 3 days, I will hopefully be going back a few times. Biggest achievement in the gym? I don't friggin' know, bro. Who gives a shit? What's a normal gym week? Do you do one body pop a day or whatever? Normally, I would probably train over a fortnight, chest 3 times, and everything else twice. And then I didn't really do much cardio, so. Lagavulin 16 or Oddbeck 10? Lagavulin 16, mate. Fortnight? Yeah, I say fortnight because I normally will train chest 1 extra time over the fortnight than my other like muscle groups, whatever. So I can't really say I'd train everything once because I will train chest 1 extra time. And that's because chest is by far my weakest muscle, bro. Big one. Hello, Detoxang Prime. Ew. Thank you, subs. How humble? Hell yeah, man. I need to pay the bills, bro, you know? You know, I mean, I looked at my revenue recently, bro. Subs are, well, the sub count. The sub count's about to drop off, you know? The only reason the sub count's looking career alive right now is because of that skull badge that Jagex launched on Deadman All-Stars Day 1. So I gained like 3,000 subs in a day. Which means a month later, which is tomorrow, they're all gonna drop off. So the career goes down. Been here since 12k subs. Yeah, I think my peak subs ever was 12,800. And I'm trying to remember when that was. I want to say it was like... It was like the 3rd Deadman mode or something. Yeah. Go! No, Tob... No, not when Tob came out. Because the first time I ever broke 10k subs was... I can't even remember, actually. I broke 10k subs 3 times. And I don't really think I ever break 10k again, you know. To break 10k again would have to somehow be, I don't know, a Christmas Twitch drop and I'm in a league or a raid is out and I'm like a... Maybe a 15k Andy on the platform. Maybe then, well, you know, that's all the criteria is, I think. Raids 4, though, I do think comes out in November, but no, wait. Does Raids 4 come out around GTA 6? Oh, if I'm on Oda's team in Deadman mode, mate, I'm not even gonna break 10k subs, mate. I'm gonna teleport to 20k, bro. You know, if Oda block picks you, mate, it's just plus 10k subs straight away, you know, just to be on the team. Raids 4 November? Yeah, I want to say Raids 4 is in November. But obviously I know GTA 6 is in November. Wait, we don't know the Raids 4 date roughly, do we? I'm guessing we're waiting for what, the Winter Summit or something? And then that'll probably confirm. Oh no, the exact date will probably get hyped up on social medias and shit. Yeah. Just said this autumn. October, November, or December. RuneFest is October. So I really just don't think they release it anywhere before RuneFest. It would just be not enough time to grind it. So I'm gonna guess that it'll probably come out... Oh, wait. They'll probably announce the release date at RuneFest then, won't they? And I'm gonna guess they'll release it that month, which is October. So yeah, it's probably gonna be October, which will be a month before GTA 6 is my guess. Which, in my opinion, sounds pretty perfect. And I'm not busy. Wait, do I have... Apart from the rally trip, I don't think I have shit right now for the year. Although normally whenever I say this, I end up getting busy and just some moron shit happens and that's sad, so... Please get Helm task. I'm working on it, mate. Just remember, this task is one of the best in the game, if not the best for me right now. And that gets me closer to a Raxor. Any advice for the heart going crazy? About to send Delve 8 and I'm still perfect. I don't know what the hell I just read, bro. Do you think All-Stars could benefit from a qualifier type event? Oh, how the hell has this never been a conversation before? That's a really good idea. Solo mission automatically invites back, like, most of the big names that he wants there forever, and then has a massive qualifier. And then it's based on, I guess, what, PvP skill only? So realistically, the winners and all competitors would have PvP experience, so no one's going to be, like, trash. That's a really good idea. How you build that out, though, I know it might be a bit biased, because I'd say the solo will invite certain names always, hopefully myself included. Are we talking qualifiers for the entire roster? Or are we only talking for, like, the new players that'll get invited? Because that means to me, like, if they put, let's say, the bottom half of the roster, you know, people like Mutt's locked in forever, and then they invite another set of creators, which is the equal amount of the bottom half of the roster, which is only 12 people, actually, and then they battle it out for the spots. I really like that. Because, one, people would showcase their PvP skill immediately, and anyone that's a very decent PvPer has the best chance to get in. I think that's a really, really good idea. A viewer team? No, not a viewer team, bro. It'd just be like, because there's so many content creators to invite, you can't invite them all. So what you do is you've got some veterans of All-Stars that are always invited back. That's fine. But then you've got new rookies and shit, and then maybe the bottom half of the draft. Or even the bottom row, you know. And then they all go back in. And then obviously anyone that's a cracked PKer has the best chance to win their bracket and be invited to All-Stars. And a cracked PKer is always a good pick. And then if there's anyone that's kind of a bit wibbly at PvP and is very good at PvM, they might not get in. But it does mean that no matter what, the whole roster has PvP experience. I do like that idea. And then that would allow Solo Mission to monopolize the qualifiers as well with a few extra streams, you know, a couple $100 grand there for the mission, you know. He's writing this all down, bro. Can make it if you're not first or second round. Yeah, it's a bit biased for me to say that because that was picked on the top row, but I honestly think if you look at most of the people on the top rows, they're all Deadman veterans, you know. And they're all great. And then the bottom half, rather than people getting axed from the tournament and never being able to return, they have the ability to earn their spot. I do like that, you know. Like, if you look at the roster now, some people will get the axe, you know. But if they then beat people fair and square and earn their spot back, you know, I love that. I think that's really good. That actually also makes it a million times easier for Solo Mission to decide the roster. Because he can always invite who he personally wants, who Jagex will also give the go-ahead to, and then do that tournament, and everyone gets to watch the tournament. And then you watch Sick Nerd win his fight, and you know the general's back, and then you see some guy you've never seen before literally demolishing everyone, and you know he's in the roster. I really do like that. Because if you look at some of the rookies as well, like if 61M's a rookie, you know, as far as I'm aware, if you did qualifiers with the rest of the roster that was invited, bro, 61M would probably win. Oh, Greg, actually. Yeah, Greg and 61M would comfortably win, so they'd be there, you know. No, I think that's a really good idea, because I always say that I feel bad for solo mission because he has to pick and choose, you know, as unbiased as possible, and also remove people, and just doing that should be horrible, man. But then if you know that everyone that just competed has the chance to earn their spot back, you're basically saying, hi, you're not guaranteed an invite, but you're in the qualifiers, you know. And then at that point, if they put in the practice, learn, and win, they more than deserve their spot. And I really like that whole aspect. Oh, bro, the Odor Block Torture Chamber would be Ditcher Bitter, Eevescape, Sick Nerd, and then, like, I don't know, bro, you know, Doobies. The Odor Torture Chamber, man. Everyone's just clip farming him, bro. No, I think that's a brilliant idea. I really like that. I mainly like that idea because I know for a fact that when All-Stars 4 happens, the roster we just had on Season 3 is absolutely no way going to be the same as 4. And that means because some people are going to get axed and other people are just going to get invited. But what if those people that now are default getting axed get to go into qualifiers? And then if the whole roster just wins and it's the exact same roster, they all deserve that spot. So I like it. Should Dear Lolo be on Deadman All-Stars one day? I don't really know what Lola does outside of Infernos. Is he PK heavy? Because I feel like anyone that doesn't really have any level of PvP background is really not going to get considered anymore at all. I don't see Solar Mission joining some stream and seeing somebody do PvP and anymore. Yeah, previous All-Stars has had people like Verf, JCW, Guns Chili. None of them really ever did PvP to like even average levels, but they got invited. But if you look at the roster that just happened, you know, you could maybe argue that Foe doesn't really do much PvP, but everyone else on there has a little bit of PvP. So yeah, I do think if you're a content creator and you have like no PvP experience, skills, or whatnot, I don't think you'll get considered, to be honest. No monkey. True, the big gnome got invited. There is a level that will happen though where Solar Mission will always invite some big creators, you know? So if you're a 2K Andy like No Monkey is, you're gonna get invited, bro. It is Deadman All-Stars at the end of the day. You can't invite 12, 50 Andys or something, you know? Last time I watched it was 7 years ago. Now I'm back and can't stop watching. Go! Welcome, Lan. Sardocco get farmed. Yeah, Sardocco would be the non-picked individual, and he would be farmed so hard that the team that has first pick has a severe disadvantage. Because realistically, if there's team fights and they run into that team, they're going to just say, get Sardocco. Sardocco will explode, and now it's 5v4. So yeah, like, you need to, that's why I think you need to have a bit, like, even if you are a 2K Andy, you need to have, like, good levels of understanding of the game as well, you know? You know, if Sardocco gets GM in the future, which I think he will, it's a matter of time. At that point, he starts to, you know, get his foot in the door, but, you know, will Sardocco ever be in a Deadman All-Stars? I will not say no to that. I don't think it'll be Season 4. Local Pond Inquisitor skirt? Big, big, big. Sard says he's going to grind LMS to practice. I'll still be honest, like, unless he actually gets insanely cracked at LMS. The thing is, though, Sard should be a bit careful with this. If he's actually doing LMS because he wants to get invited, that's a very bad reason to be doing LMS. Solar Mission will know that, and it'll automatically lead him to not want him to invite him. If he's doing it just because he wants to improve to potentially be considered in the future, that's a much better reason. I'm going to guess it's a bit of both, though. I would say there's not really much chance Sard gets into Season 4. But season 5, I mean, if Sard's a GM by season 4 and he's good at PKing, then okay, I'll take my words back in all honesty. It is possible. But I'm hoping he's not going to dedicate the next year to trying to get himself a roster that's capable to be invited to All-Stars. Because if he just doesn't, you know. And you know, you have to remember, bro, Tasty Life is a GM as well, bro, so. Deadman mode. I'll be honest, I'll take it back. If you're decent at LMS and you're a GM in RuneScape, that does not in any way get you ready for Deadman mode. Standard bitch, IDEX needs to get an invite. IDEX would be, oh my god, that is a name I should have put down. That annoys me. The poll's closed now, I think. IDEX would actually be a cracked pick. And he'd be so fun to play with as well, I reckon. IDEX is like one of the best like all-round players. He would be a very good pick, you know. Like he would actually be first pick material, as in like top row. Does Wydega PvP? Wydega's starting to learn PvP, and Wydega's the type of person that will be one of the best in the game. I said this about Port Kazard. I said if Port actually properly wants to learn PvP, he'll become one of the best in the game. And now he's one of the best in the game. NH Taker. Wydega, easily the same, you know. They've already got the understanding of the game. They've got the clicks. They understand how game ticks work. Outside of that, if you start getting taught things and they actually put in the practice, they'll become disgusting. So yeah, if Wydega decides to send PvP and actually fully learn it, I would guarantee you he would be one of the best in the game as well. Like, if Port is like this clear best RuneScape player of all time and all that shit, Wydega is probably realistically the only person that can actually catch him. So yeah, if he goes on a PvP era, oh man, that'd be so good to watch, bro. Could Exact PvP? Exact does know how to PvP because Exact actually has on a, I don't think it was his one defense hardcore. I think it was a different one. He actually got himself the Blessed Saradomin sword with the Saradomin's tear without boosting it on a hardcore Iron Man in the Wilderness. Now that's Edgeville PKing, and I don't know if he like spec-tellied or anything, but that's one thing I remember him tweeting. I was like, oh shit. Ooh. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if Wydega has Deadman experience. But again, it's one of those where if Wydega learns PvP, Deadman mode comes out in January next year, and he goes PKing like Sicknerd does, or Lake, and learns, and is cracked, he's top row. If he's invited. And also, imagine the, bro, like, Wydega's stock would actually be insane. If he's actually insane at PvP, and then you put him on Doom duty. Imagine, bro. Like, his stock would be so high if he actually gets cracked at PKing. Like, insane. God, he'd be a good pick. I'll be a captain. You'd literally get 5 boots, you know. 5 boots in a 6-hour long. Wydega could be like Port, but what if he's more like Gnome, where he's good at PVM but can't get good at PvP? Gnome got pretty good at PvP pretty quick. It's just a lot of people overrated how good he got in the time he did. What happens now is if Gnome continues PvPing now until next All-Stars, he'll be cracked as shit. It's just most people stop PKing until All-Stars gets announced. So if Wydega just like decides to send PKing for a year on and off, you know, he'd slurp people, bro, you know. But no, I mean, like, right now, All-Stars, if I decided to do a bit of practice every day on stream and nobody else practiced, by the time All-Stars came around, I'd probably be one of the best on the roster. Because I'd have, like, a full year of practice rather than everyone waiting for All-Stars to announce before they start practicing. It's just, I don't know if I'm going to bother doing that because I want to... think Port would be competitive versus Oda? I think Port would do pretty well against Oda in the NH Stake arena, but Deadman mode is completely different. Port does some Deadman PKing, but that's when Oda's a different beast there, you know? There is a, like, NH staking in the arena doesn't transition directly to Deadman PKing. It's completely different. NH staking kind of has like a catalog or like an algorithm that you follow. If you PK in Deadman, you have to continuously make decisions based on how the fight's going. It's a bit different. Yeah, the arena also doesn't have pitch swap, that's true. That's why I did so much LMS practice. I was practicing my pitch swaps. I got very good at noticing them as well. But then I'll tell you right now, on that All-Star stage, I couldn't even tell you if pits were swapping or not. You know, I genuinely didn't. I tried to look out for it, but I was there just busy trying to keep moving, you know, so I was a bit busy. What do you suggest for new accounts wanting to build towards boss fights, never boss fought before? What route should I take? Depends how new you are at the game, but Scorious is the best thing to look into to do early. You know, Scorious teaches you the absolute bare minimum of what's going to come. After Scorious, I feel like if you work towards the Gauntlet, that's actually genuinely still probably one of the best players. Oda got smoked by an underground NH yesterday. Yeah, like the underground NHs. You know, if you've watched my podcast with Jagex, I talk about how there are some people that play this game that no one really knows about who are disgustingly good. NH stakers, though, like I say, there is like an algorithm and like a set rule book that you follow. And as long as you follow it and make minimal mistakes, you've played perfectly. That does not transition to Deadman mode. You know, they'll be cracked at PKing, and any NH staker will probably be very good at Deadman PKing. But they can die to other Deadman PKers. But in the arena, they could smoke the Deadman PK every time, you know? Yeah, like when you play, because these people play private servers, the only thing they want to do is PK. But in old school, if you PK now, you're world hopping 305 Rev Cave forever, and it's boring, you know? So you go private servers, you fight people there all day, and there's very rarely bad players. So what happens is these private server breeds PK 10 hours a day, fighting the best of the best on servers that have like instant gear like appearing and shit. Have I sparred Wide Eggers on that stake? Nope. Never fought him, man. Never even seen him fight. Mate, come on, please give me a Hellhound toss. Give me the Hellhound toss. One thing I think I spoke to a J-mod and I was saying, can you change the PvP arena so it's just a flat, like, make the PvP arena the Deadman All-Stars finale arena, bro, so the camera angles are good. You know, I don't know if people want those camera angles. Imagine you could fight in an actual arena with perfect camera angles. It'd be so nice. Sick of that shit, mate. You literally run off the screen or whatnot. And I don't know if there's like strats though to playing on that arena, you know. I remember when we met at Brunga's party, San Jose, you stepped on glass? Yep, I was the only casualty at the party. Someone broke a glass and then somehow I'm the one that stepped on it, bro, you know. Luckily, Foe was there and he knows a bit of hospital shit, you know, so. There's plugins to remove the walls. Yeah, but I don't think it removes the camera angles. You know, that's one thing I know is when I practice for All-Stars, I'm trashing that arena, you know? Compared to on the stage, the camera angles were just so much nicer. Obviously, I don't play my best on the stage, but the camera angles are just godlike. It's literally, you can see my opponent everywhere, bro. Oh, what a water feels. How do you feel about casting with EVScape? Gonna need a few drinks. I will have to go check my contract to see if alcohol can even be consumed, bro. But I'm a big fan of Eevee, bro. We'll get on well, you know. I don't know how our casting styles will go. But yeah, I'm excited to yap with him, man. We'll have some good chats. There's gonna be some good banter, and a lot of people are gonna get flamed, bro. You know. Any other old school YouTubers you like to watch? Not really, mate. Whenever I'm not doing anything, I just watch my past broadcasts on Twitch. Fine, that's normally just the best content. Is it true that you are better than Odablock at every aspect of old school? Yeah, I'd say so, yeah. PvP could be a bit close, you know. On a good day, I think PvP maybe is better. The net has been placed. Baba 150. Hey, I'm pretty sure I died to like a Baba 150 in Deadman mode, actually. Oh no, it was the boulder. The boulders got me though. I was moron in the boulders, wasn't I? Do I have Grandmaster on any account? No, I actually don't right now. I haven't done the Shellbane Griffin or Brutus on my main. Or Yama. So no, I don't have any account with GM right now. Just can't be asked doing it right now. I wanted it back, I think. Actually, Yama... Oh, no, you have to do one contract on Yama, actually. So if I wanted it back, I'm pretty sure it'd probably take me... Except for KC tasks, probably take me like a day or something. Just can't be asked. I need to get Radiant, though, before Raids 4. And that's probably when I finish off. Who did Perfect Doom faster? I did Perfect Doom 3rd try when it came out. The 2 times I failed it, one time it randomly venomed me, and the other time I misclicked into melee range and died. But no, Perfect Doom was a cozy CA. No GM or Radiant? I do not have Radiant. I've never even done a Yama contract in the main game. I've only done it on like leagues and shit. Wait, have I never done one? Yeah, I've never done a Yama contract. Radiant's just cosmetic. Yeah, Radiant's just cosmetic overplay. Did I see the guy that had 50 contracts in one inventory of 10 of each contract? What? Someone did 50 Yama contracts in one inventory on the main game. I'm asking? Who's that, bro? I'm gonna say it's noob time, but I feel like I would have known about that. 10x of each Radiant contract. Jesus Christ. That is 50. Oh, I don't know how you pronounce this guy. Isn't it this guy that did like the... Let me subscribe, actually. I swear this guy did like the 3K Maggot King. Wait, is that video? Yeah, he did as well. I've not just seen that video. I saw the tweet. 50 rating? What the hell, bro? Sensory clouding in 421, bro. Oh, this guy looks cracked. Yes, this is what I love, bro. No pillar / food coliseum. This is what I like. I didn't know this guy existed. And now we have another player that's cracked, man. Zero item of Moxiato, you know? Great, I've subbed immediately. You know, I remember when I discovered 9900, bro. That was awesome, man. And now I've got this guy. What's his name? I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm gonna say Hcim. I don't know how you pronounce it. I feel there's 5 ways you can pronounce that now. Do you think Oda can reach his goal of 3 mega rares or rank 1 BH on his account? I will always say Oda would already be rank 1 BH if he didn't do it on stream. The only reason he's not rank 1 BH is because he does it on stream, gets sniped and killed. If he wants it, he could do it very easily. Him do Blind Awaken Vard with a Black Sally. Probably, bro. Look at this shit, man. Have we discovered another demon? Yep. Free-to-play Doom of Makwato? Okay, okay. No pillar/food Coliseum. Sounds very interesting. He's got a lot of league shit. Oh, I actually like this a lot. Oh, this is cool. I feel like this guy only plays the game to do weird challenges. Definitely a channel to follow. Wait, he has a video of 50 sub 630 corrupted gauntlet runs. I wonder if he fails any. If he does 50 in a row, bro. $372 GP Duke Sakella's kill. He has a 37 combat Coliseum. Wait, is it that guy? I swear I saw this tweet forever ago. 37 combat Coliseum, bro. Nice. Porkazard's rival. No, it's just like there's so many people in the game that are just so good at the game, but you just don't know who they are until you do, and now I do, and I'm happy. You know, like, I've got so many people I follow. Like, Wydega used to be one of them people, you know, but now I follow, like, there's Porkazard, there's this guy, there's Wydega, there's Noobtype, there's 9900, that's 5, and there's Unpredictable. There's 6 names alone of just underground players that are just insane at the game. You know, if you ever think that you're good at RuneScape, just remember there's always someone that's better, bro. Sorry to say it. Yeah. But it looks like this guy just does, like, fun challenges when updates come out, you know. I grind things, mate. Wydega was known by Doom. Yeah, I feel like Wydega blew up a bit on Doom. But he also did get the first Radiant. Before that, I knew him for something else before he got the first Radiant. I can't remember what it is. I think it was a no-stun Awakened Leviathan. I think he was second behind Saxapilla or something. Or was it New... I don't know. Want to see Wydega in All-Stars? Honestly, the more I think about Wydega in All-Stars, the more I genuinely believe that if he was like, if he gets God at PvP, I think he would be a very high first pick. Because you would have Doom solved. Like, he would be dooming on day 1 with an MSB, bro. No stun, 1 prayer. That was Wydega. There's something Wydega did that was pretty insane before Doom came out and before Radiant. Yeah, like, he would just deep delve, you know? Can't you say the same about Port? Port versus Wydega is a pick. You'd lean Port, but I think Wydega's better than Port at Doom. Could Port do what Wydega does at Doom if he wanted to? Most probably, yes. But you have to remember that I don't know how much Port actually plays the game right now. He's probably working on some crack shit right now. But Wydega actually plays the game all day and actually just does weird shit like that. See, this is what's going to happen, man. All-Stars 4 is going to happen, bro. Wydega in the roster, Porkazard in the roster, friggin' Petter in the roster. And then I'm going to be there as well, bro. And I was like, oh, yeah, Boaty is shit, bro. Instant skill difference. Third row, man. Yeah, then someone picks me on the top row and I've got to fight them all. And I'm like, come on, man. I'm going to have to do the Oblivion diet before the next one. Yeah, man, the top row is just a load of S-tier PVMers that are crack PKs as well, and just somehow I get picked, and I'm like, oh. Imagine Boaty, Port, Wideager, and Oda in the roster. What would the first row look like? I mean, out of them, if Wideager gets good, I would be the 4th pick out of those. I still think out of all of that, Oda would be the 1st pick. Then you would really toss up Port between Wideager. You could argue Wideager over Port if you wanted someone on Doom duty, because that would solve that problem straight away. Port can do everything else, though. I would realistically probably end up doing what Port would do, but he would just do it better. Yeah, if Wideager plays next Deadman and just does what Lake did in the last Deadman mode, that's just where all, and then he gets invited, and that's enough to get Wideager invited, in my opinion. Solo mission would literally fast track him to the top. Man, I can't. I'm honestly, I might just be a captain next time, bro. I might be a captain. I might just have to be, you know. If there's so many people that might be on the roster that I just want to play with, you know. Slurp up the wide, mate. My team would be me, Wideager, Mika, bro. Done. Win. Or imagine the roster gets so cracked that people like Mutz and Mika end up being like right at the end of the 4th row because there's just so many insane picks. You know, after Sick Nerd's performance, bro, he ends up being like 5th row. Kind of brutal for the people that get replaced. Well, I mean, that's why I genuinely think that was a brilliant idea that someone says, where the bottom row of the roster plus all the new people go through a qualifier to be invited to All-Stars, because then they have to earn their spot. If what Solo Mission does is all the people that were invited in the top 2 rows are automatically invited back, and then the bottom rows go into the qualifier with all the new names, everyone has to then earn their spot. Skilly wouldn't get invited. Skilly was a 2nd row. So it'd be like, I mean, it's a bit biased to say, but it'd be like me, Greg, Lake, Torvesta, Skidler, Doobies, No Monkey, Skill Specs, Mutz, Pip, Mika, and 61M would all be guaranteed back. Everybody else would then enter into the qualifiers and have to earn their spot back. Or, sack off what I just said, Solo Mission just invites whoever the hell he wants as the first bulk, and then has a qualifier for the last spots or something. The first option seems a little bit better. Sorry, the second option. Another one could be, though, if Solo really wanted to milk it, and he should do for the paycheck, bro. Qualifier for everybody. Winners are the captains. That's a good idea, bro. Imagine doing a Deadman All-Stars qualifier. Oh, no, because I guess people could sandbag. Blood Vals, I can't be asked to know. A qualifier, you know, there's like loads of qualifiers. The winner of the qualifiers automatically is going to be a crack PvP. Great captain. Everyone else then goes in the roster. Oda would sandbag. Yeah, exactly. But like, what happens if Oda doesn't want to be a captain, so he sandbags? You know, there are things like that, you know. Because then if you actually did that, your captains might end up being Oda, West Ham, Reese, Dino, Greg, Pet. And then everyone else goes into the roster who does, like, down the brackets and shit. Oda would be so good as a second in command on a team. Well, I mean, again, if Oda's the captain, all he has to do is pick someone, like... It depends on how you're going to do it, though, you know? Because if Oda picks someone, you could also just assume, flip the roster. Oda's first pick, change it that first pick, hypothetically, was the captain picking Oda. Oda just has to pick someone that knows how to strat and play the game. And be like, right, you are the captain now, you know? He goes and tells him to go watch that Tom Hanks film. Can't remember the name of it. And just says, right, that scene there, you're the captain now. Go. I done a Raxel yet? No, I should at 92 Slayer tomorrow. And then I will officially have a rack site tasks to do as well as Cerberus. But I will be killing a rack sites first to get Arania boots before I do the big spider. Whoa, Rexy! Hello, mate. Who you first picking next year, Mr. Bodie? Why is it Eevescape? So, Mr. Rexy, I am the first pick in All-Stars, you're correct, and Odablock's in the roster, mate. So I'm going to be picking Odablock first, my bro. And I've heard that Eevescape's in the roster as well, but no one's going to pick Eevescape, which means that Eevescape will also be on Oda's team again. There you go, bro. The team will be Boaty, Odablock, Mutz, Sick Nerd. I'm just going to say Sick Nerd because I just can't think of anyone right now. And Eevescape, bro. Yeah. Rack sites off task or on task. I only want the Arania boots, so I think it's more than fine to do a rack sites only on task for Arania boots, and then do a rack saw. Because again, I need 95 Slayer anyway, and I think a rack site's a crazy good task. Plus good imbued hardship. Yeah. What do you think there, Rakesy? You might not like this because you are in the situation, but it's like the people, like, you know how, like, All-Stars, the roster changes. I know you won, like, twice or whatever the hell, so you've always been invited back. But rather than solo mission just axe people and they're removed, there's a qualifiers. Everyone that played in the previous All-Stars is automatically in the qualifiers, and then they add new names. And it's basically whoever can fight and earn their spot gets a spot. Rather than solo just axing people, then they don't get a chance, you know? Because I really like that idea. And Solo could literally just do a stream out of it, have pure spam commentate, you know? He'll have 50k viewers, bro. You know, a load of money in the pocket, mate. What if you lose the qualifiers? If you lose the qualifiers, you don't play All-Stars. Sardocco wants to do it next year? Yeah, Sardocco can join the qualifiers. Does he win? Probably not. If he does, boom, he's earned his spot, you know? Just that. There'll be people that Solo will always automatically invite, though, you know? You know, like, there's a good chance that I will always be invited, you know? Odablock is probably always going to be invited, you know? Dino, West Ham, Reese, you know? They're probably all going to always basically be invited. There will be a bit of the roster always invited. But then after that, he's like, right, now let's do this qualifier thing. But I like that more than the idea that Solo's like, right, you are not playing this time. I'm going to put someone else in your place. And that person that just gets axed, let's say donated from Season 1, never gets the ability to ever rejoin ever again. Nowadays, the game can actually fight and earn their spot. You know what that would do? It would make PK stream, like everyone start streaming PKing. So they can practice to try and truly earn their spot. And then another small thing that could be on top of it is if Jaget's confirmed that there's going to be like appearance fees or something to actually play the All-Stars, you know? There's now like a level of financial incentive as well, you know? I really do actually like that a lot. But it's very good for Solo as well because he could just whack a stream on, bro. 50k viewers, KPP, pocket another quick $500,000, you know? Easy for the mission, right? Qualifier B, PvP tracker or kills? I don't know, mate. This Crusader thing we're about to do could be a good idea. Pure PvP ability isn't the only factor of how good someone is in demo. No, I agree, because there is another version where all the crack PKers realistically win, and then you don't have any of the personalities that people know, and there's, like, no good PVMers. But there would be some good PVMers. Right now, you could argue there's a really perfect balance in the roster of, like, PvPers to PVMers and all that. Like, I really think the roster that just went was pretty damn good. Especially if Port was still in it as well. That could be the only downside, but yeah. Whoa! Opulent Zage firing in the 36 viewer raid. How we doing? 6 squared right now. Also minus 6 squared, believe that or not. BA raid, right? Is this Barbarian Assault or something else? This is a good raid, by the way. Look at this. The viewers are getting involved. I like it. If it's Barbarian Assault, what do you think of Poison on 27, bro? I can't remember what the healer shit is. I'm not gonna lie, bro. You know, I know that shit, man. I remember when I was learning the healer role, and it's like you would poison the healer on like tick 27 or something. He's the BA GOAT? Oh, really? You know, I used to do BA when Shaney Fox was rank 1 in all of the roles, you know. That's my era of BA. You know, I don't know if someone's ranked... No, there's no high scores for it now. Thoughts on adding 2 more 5-man teams, V's adding an extra play to each team. I like 6 teams of 6 more than I like 8 teams of 5, personally. And the way that would work is the last 6... It would be the exact same draft, the snake draft, and then the last 6 players that aren't picked are randomly assigned. Yeah. Appreciate the raid, though, Mr. Opulent. Or Miss, I don't know. I'm going to ask one question. How many pets have you got from BA? And the answer better be more than 1. Embarrassing if I see it. If I hear 1 now, embarrassing. Surely you got a gamble for more than 1. 20. Holy shit, bro. Oh my god. But that'd fix a lot of issues out in your place. I think so, yeah. The main thing, though, is I don't understand how multi-fights change. How does a multi-fight work with a team of 6 versus a team of 5? Because realistically, if one gets the dive bomb, does one person explode immediately and now it's 6v5 and it's just GG straight away? I don't know if the multi-fights get snowballed too hard. Please say I've got loads of dumb doses. Oh, thank God. Yeah, if you remove finality and then add an extra player per team, I don't know multi well enough, though, to know how that would work. It's also based on the people don't really have max gear in Deadman mode. They run around with, like, mystics and a bit of arrows and other shit. If you have 6 content creators, who would be in the next All-Stars? Stewie, Wideager, if he gets good at PKing Wideager, which I think he will. That's about it. You want to see Boaty get a 45-second wave 5? Hey, wave 5's the one with the weird-ass healer thing, you know. There's that stalagmite, 2x2 stalagmite north, and you step off it when the healers or runners are on, like, the northwest corner, something like that. It's weird. I pulled that off in a video once as well. Spark Mac received the drop. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, Spark Mac's bench from All Stars forever just because he basically sat in the Warriors Guild. If you have the qualifiers, though, he has the ability to earn his spot back again. How does Foe ever make it through qualifiers? Either Solo grants him immediate invite, or he has to practice. Whoa, good timing, man. You have to remember the event is also called Deadman All-Stars, so like I say, most streamers that are like fairly big will probably automatically get invited. Oh, it's like one of those, you know. No monkeys, like a 2K Andy now and all that shit, you know. Although when that happens, bro, make sure you all turn the view button. Very important, chat. If you're not view button in 2026, come on, bro. You're a moron. What do you think about each team being given one strategist? Well, who are the strategists, though, you know? And as soon as you name them all, what we're going to be able to do now is break down who's the best strategist based on PvP, PvM, and all that. And then one team guarantees to probably have a worse one. If you have, it's like if you look at the captains. Imagine you had a team, and then you got randomly assigned one of the captains. Someone gets Oda, someone gets Reese, someone gets West Ham, and then you get framed, you know? You sat there like, oh, you know, GG. You know, Eevescape's a strategist. Eevescape is a strategist. Bro, it's actually wild that Oda's card got given strategy 1 And EVscape's card's like strategy like 82 or something, bro. Oh no. You know what? That covers it. EV ruined it for everyone. No, we went through it earlier, you know, because again, we always say, did Oda troll his draft with the no monkey pick? And the more that we've spoke about it, the more we realize if Oda picked Foe there, I think that team is okay. Still not the best, but it's okay. So the EVscape realistically pick was the bad one. You know, the big rake is in the chat right now, you know, he knows better than me, you know, he was a warrior. Did they have a strategy? Hey, Rakesy, you want to let me know? This is where we found out Rakesy's the strategist, bro. Maybe the big... Oh. Picked him to be the best in the final line. I mean, if I had to guess for who I thought out of the final line was the best, I would toss up between Alfie and Mammal. If you want to go on PvP skill. When I watched Mammal's gameplay was clean, man. It was great. Never seen Mammal, Foe, or Curtis P getting matched. Yeah, because I know the EVscape did the 1 bill challenge. I think Alfie did the 1 bill challenge as well. But yeah, that means obviously if your pick choice based on that information is EVscape or Alfie, you know, at the end of the day, you just lost the coin flip. Well, EVscape was great in the brawlers, though, you know. So something just went wrong, you know. Because we played with Evie in Season 2, and he was brilliant on our team. Really, really good. He also fought second row for us, I think. Yeah, I think Pip fought first. Yeah. Had a plan until the first breach, which went to shit in the first 10 minutes, then we made up the entire week. Oh, man. Yeah, the thing is, like, my planning for our team, I was writing so much shit up. I had, like, every single efficient way to train skills, so you could always be working on something on our team. So if anyone was there, like, how do I train crafting to this? I was like, click this thing, and it has, like, 7 trillion different ways of doing it. Or I basically just said, go do this quest. But forgot to plan money making. I genuinely told the team I don't know how to make money in this strategy. I don't know how to do it, you know. And then we just went with it anyway, and we had to improvise the money making. We had no fun at that point. Rakesy was the school. Hindsight, what's the money matter? Well, I did write a strategy that I think the Rhinos did, but I think the Rhinos had a better strategy than me. And it was basically, yeah, get someone on the Wildy course immediately. And then we were all going to quest Ibans and also come to the course. So we had 5 Ibans on the course, one of which was juicing the money. That person would then trade us all the good food. So we had 5 people on the course with good food, one of which juices money at that point. And then we could defend that person basically for ages. Because if anyone came and they went back into multi, we had 5 Ibans to just one bang anyone 40 Ibans as well. But that strategy got scrapped pretty quick. The Rhino, I can't remember how the Rhinos did it though, because we had the Iban, no, it wasn't Iban Staff Alk, it was Mage Arena 1 Alks, which is what they definitely did. I'm trying to remember what the full strat was. Committing all 5's kind of troll. Well, the thing was, we would have like one there who was Glass Cannon, who was earning money, but we were going to try and lock the course down as well. We have 5 people there. One of them's earning the money. technically, I didn't think of this, but I just thought of it now. He could mule off rune kites. We Hcim and have more than one person then doing the course. And then we lock the course down by having 5 people there. Anyone comes on the course, we just hit them. And then if they go off the course, we have 4x whatever. Because if you leave the course, you didn't lose your lap count. But yeah, that strategy got scrapped. I am quite curious, though, if we played it, would we have lost to the Rhinos? I really don't know. I feel like they had a good strat to getting on the course, but I think they might have out the Ibans. I don't know. Dino just really wanted to rush Desert Treasure 2. Sorry, Desert Treasure 1. And because he's the captain, I couldn't really argue. Bronze darts? You had bronze darts and consistency versus an Iban staff on the course. Rakesy, mate, I didn't want to know what the strategy is, bro. Don't forget, anyone's rushing DT next year. DT Rush is a good strat if you've got the money to back it up. I will always say, without any doubt, we were the strongest team in the game when we had 4 people with DT like 3 hours in. We just didn't have any money to buy the spells. So we were the weakest team. But again, rushing DT and solving money is pretty hard to just do, you know? Because again, if you stick someone on the course, you need to defend them. You out the Ibans for coins? Yeah, Alking the Ibans for coins is fine. We did the same. But there was one strat I wrote up, which was to rush the agility course with like 5-man Ibans and just try and lock it down for a bit while we made the money. And then it was like use the money to Alk while questing Desert Treasure. But yeah, it got canned. It got canned for the Callisto rush, which was Alk the shit, get the maids logs and go. Which was good. It worked. It's just, yeah, we then didn't have any money. How'd you guys solve early GP? We really didn't, mate. We got smoked for a bit. We fell very far behind. We ended up doing barrows and alking the items. We had a pretty bad, like... We got, like, fully wiped at the breach and had nothing. So we went to barrows. And then when we went to barrows, we got Dino a zombie axe. And then Dino went to Revs and just bullied everyone off Revs with a zombie axe, crystal shield, full barrows. And then once that happened, that was our turning point. As soon as Dino got into Revs, because we had the first zombie axes in the game. Maybe Alfie may have had it first. But yeah, once we had Dino on the course with the zombie axe and the crystal, no one could really contest him. So then we could farm Revs in peace. We made tons of money and got everyone Ice Barrage on day 2. Well, we got Dino, because I got chins for Dino. So Dino's stats on day 2, like 5 hours in, was like 94 mage, 92 range or something crazy. It was really good. Fine, I'll pick up the ancient sword. But yeah, early money was a nightmare. But that's what I mean. There was so little strat. So the only strat I built that had true money in it was a Dino rush through zombie pirates that we thought was shit. And the Wildy course rush. Sorry. Thoughts on disabling the course next year? The fact that that's coming from you, Rakesy, is interesting. Because what I really want to say is the course can be a desperation play to rebuilding if you're insanely far behind. I'm pretty sure Sicknid went to the course on day 3 for like 300 lamps and just no one ran into him. I want to say that one of the biggest failures ever in a Deadman would be if you have to make people fish to get food. I don't know. I do like Hcim's removed though, but I don't know then if Carol's is too OP. So I'm wondering if you remove Carol's from Barrows for like the first 3 days, or something like that maybe. Because apparently people PK with Mystics on day 1, trying to catch on double Carols that everyone had was like insanely hard or something. But remove Barrows. Barrows, I think they should keep forever. If you remove Barrows, the game becomes insanely difficult to play because the best gear in the game then's like Rune and Mystics, which is stone cold money to buy. And if you physically can't make money because you're that behind and the course is gone and Barrows, you can't out the items, you're basically running around in a starter set for days on end. Barrows is a complete failsafe that every team can access. Best way to look at the All-Stars that we just played, I'd still think it was close to perfect, and you really shouldn't change too much. I like the Hcim's removal. K-Tops are very strong. Yeah, there was like, I don't know how it would work. People are saying remove Barrows. I think removing Barrows would be a terrible idea. It would be just shit, you know? Everyone's running around in Mystics and Rune. It'd be garbage, man. But I could see maybe a world where they remove Carols from Barrows for the first 72 hours, maybe? So that anyone that wants to PK early game with Mystics is casting on Mixed Hides or Black D-Hide or even Green D-Hide if teams don't prep for it. And then after 72 hours, they add Carols in. And then obviously every team might go there and people go solo PKing, blah, blah, blah. All right, chat, I've got some melon. Let's see if it's any good. It's pretty good. Don't remove Carols. I said remove Carols for the first 72 hours. Then you add it in. You know, you could stagger, without changing much, you could stagger certain things. You know, but if everyone's running around with double Carols and full tank on day 2 and people are trying to catch in Mystics, you're just not really killing people in singles. Can you still loot it, just can't wear it? I was going to say it's just completely gone, but yeah, that sounds okay as well. But again, like I said, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And I think Barrows was fine without arms and that's it. Even if you put a timer for when you can get Carols, people still get it after, I know. No, I mean, yeah, but I mean, if you look at Carols, because if Hcim's is removed from the game, your mage gear, if you're PKing early, is Mystics. And if you're casting with Mystics on double Carols, you're going to splash a lot, you know, because the mage gear isn't equal to the Barrows defense gear. But I think if you remove Carols from the game as well, that's kind of shit. I think Carols is fine. So what you could maybe do is remove Carols from the game for the first 72 hours. So if anyone's PKing, they're casting with Mystics on Mixed Hides or maybe even Black D-Hide rather than double Carol. Then after 72 hours, or let's say day 4 starts, Barrows, you can now get out Carols. So every team might then go to Barrows, which means people start PKing there again, you know. That's kind of like a staggered release. Outside of that, I would personally say just leave Barrows alone. The Hcim removal was great for the finale. I think everyone would agree with that. You can use the off day to be a break. I think remove the off day. I don't think the off day would be needed if you change the playtime. A lot of people are asking for 9 days in a row of 14 hours a day. 128 hours total. And then you have 10 hours of downtime. That's more than enough time to sleep and everything. And if you can't commit to that, bro, if you're playing an All-Stars, come on, bro. What am I eating? Melon. You know, it's not too much hours when Boaty, who enjoys his rest, is recommending it. No, I thought how the tournament ran the last time was perfect. I can grind that piss easy. But again, I had just grinded the league, and the league was way harder to grind than that, to be honest. But a lot of people were saying that you basically have to play those 18 hours or 19 hours. Because if you don't, you just get steamrolled at breaches. So it was like up until the mid-season break, you basically had to play the 19 hours. And some people didn't really like that. So I think if they really want to look into changing the playtime caps without ruining it, remove the day off and just make it 9 days straight, 14 hours online a day, 128 hours of total time. At that point, what you need to do is play efficient because you don't need to log out to save time. And you can get an extra 8 hours. That works quite well, I think. 18 hours uptime, 16 daily limit. For me, like, when it's the playtime, I don't mind how it currently ran, but some people did. You know, if they want to do the same thing again. 4 ancient shards, what the shit? Wait, who joined the chat? Tasty? Be honest, if I was in the draft, would I be before or after Eevee? I honestly think you would be after Eevee. I'm not gonna lie, bro, you know. I mean, we were flaming you the whole week. I'm sorry to say, bro. But I think Eevee probably packs you up in the arena, Mr. Tasty, mate. I think it was the lack of sleep. Yeah, like, I can play RuneScape. I mean, no, to be honest, I mean, if you watch me play that league I just did, and you also watch me play Deadman on the early hours when I'm sleep deprived, bro, I am garbage. I am so bad. Garden of Tranquility took me like 2.5 hours, man, although I did have to avoid the rebel territory. Well, I think I read somewhere that it took No Monkey like 4 hours to do Desert Treasure or something. Right, I'll be ending the stream chat in about 45 minutes. I think Tasty will be going live as well to collect the raid. Everyone being forced to take breaks at the same time was good. Well, I mean, like, again, like, All-Stars is such a big event that I think anyone invited, if you're being asked to play RuneScape for 14 hours a day, surely almost everyone playing All-Stars can do that. But then if the servers are online 14 hours a day, and then they go offline for 10 hours, everyone gets a good sleep, they're all playing at max brain power, people might get less irritated and annoyed, there might be less drama. You do 9 days in a row, no mid-break, you don't need the mid-break anymore if you're doing that. And then the total playtime then is 128 hours. And just give everyone the extra 8 hours. And then make it the... you don't need to be, like, logging out to save playtime. It's then more about going AFK and being efficient and shit, you know? But that's, like, I think if we ever do discuss the playtime cap, that's one of the good ones. Another one that some people were saying, I disagree with this one, is you keep the same cap at the beginning, and then after the mid-season break, you remove the playtime cap entirely. So if you want to play 65 hours straight at that point, you can. Alfie suggested that, to be honest, so yeah, but I don't think I want that. That sounds shit. Alfie rocking up in the final with full Virtus, bro. What 10-hour downtime is that? UK nighttime or US? Probably be US. The server would go live at 11 a.m. UK again, and then go down. Would it be 1 a.m.? So you'd put your breach at 7 rather than 8, and then your mission at 11, probably. The problem then, though, with that downtime, I just realized that favors me heavily because I'm in the UK, actually. Because if you're in America or, like, Australia at that point, like... I mean, I guess you have to kind of just go nocturnal or whatever, but I mean, it'd be like 6 p.m. in the UK, the US, sorry, the servers are now. No playtime cap, but longer downtime would have been good. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. There's no playtime cap, but there's 9 days of 14 hours a day. That's basically what I'm currently saying. The playtime cap is 128 hours on that. Which is 8 hours longer that you get gifted for free, basically. But yeah, one of the things that all of us hate is logging out to preserve playtime, especially in the last days. The last days is everyone perma-logged out and shit, you know, and then people aren't even logged in on the last day. So if we do 14 hours a day, 9 days straight, no mid-season break, max hours 128, no playtime cap. Realistically, every competitor plays the 14 hours every day. No logout screens. Depends on what you want, though. You could also look into doing 16 hours a day for 8 days, because I want to say that would be... No. I can't do the math right now. 124? But yeah, that's the best fix I found. It depends on, as a viewer of All Stars, how did you find the day off? Was it just shit? Yeah. No. I'm not going near it. I need this to... I'm not putting it in the bath. Because it'll hurt. Oh, yeah, fine. Not now.
No, I mean,
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I thought you meant bath to soak my neck, yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm fine. What was I saying, chat? It was... Yeah, sorry, the day off. What everyone said? Let me scroll up. Oh, everyone said it was garbage. Yeah, so the day off, I think, was only there because of the non-playtime caps and the fact you have to play a lot of time. That's why I think if you change the playtime of the servers to be something like 14 hours a day or 15 hours a day for 8 days. 15 hours a day, 8 days straight, 9 hours of playtime down. That's 120 hours max, no playtime cap. You do not need that mid-season break with that because everybody, like, 15 hours of RuneScape a day for anyone playing All-Stars should be very comfortable. I mean, I don't know if that's, like, easy to say, but if you're playing an All-Stars, I think for 9 days straight, 15 hours a day, I think everyone could commit to it. Yeah. Mr. 61M, how you doing, bro? The king himself, mate. King himself. Next All-Star chat, 61M is going to be picked in the top row on a burger team, bro, and they're not going to know how to utilize him, and he's going to have the worst tourney of his life, man, bro. He's gone. $45 minutes force locked off per day for food. I don't know. I think a good solution right now, just with the math that I'm using, is you have 8 days straight of All-Stars, the server's on 15 hours a day, And there's no cap. That's 120 hours if you play every single moment of it. Nobody needs to do logout content or anything. You don't need the midweek break. You have 9 hours of downtime a day. Surely, you know, that should be fine. That might be the best way to do it. Where would Soup get picked to the roster? Bottom of the row, man. I'm sorry, bro. What PVM or general game knowledge do you think would help me the best? In All-Stars, I think the best way to look at it, 61M, is realistically, if it keeps going the way it does, it's unlikely that you'll be the best PKer on your team. So it's unlikely that you'll be roaming in the max, because there's going to be someone above you that always wants the max set. I honestly think you just doing Voidwakers, though, is more than good, though, because you know those areas. And I think you know that already, though. So for Season 5, it's a good question. What would you guys say? Someone like 61M, PvP-heavy player. What extra skill set do you want on a PK, you know? Because I don't want to say, like, raids or something, you know? Doom. Doom isn't a bad shout because Arcan Blades are solid. That means you've done the Doom quest, but... yeah, that could be one. It does depend if you want to do quest spots. If you go quest spots, you know, you can bully people off things, you know. Oh, the dinosaur is here, chat. The dinosaur. Every time I say the dinosaur, bro, he's getting PTSD at Bolton Reese at 30, man. Yeah. Mr. Dino, how we doing, sir? The dinosaur is here. One of the best ones maybe to look at, 61M, though, is the quest line While Guthic Sleeps. I don't think you can practice that. But purging staffs are a very good fail-safe thing to do for the finale. And if you're good at PKing and the janitors are there, you're better than them, so you can just go hit them all and bully them off. But yeah, outside of, like, learning something... I think Arcan Blades are always going to be good, so I can see everyone always doing Final Dawn, and that's the Doom quest. But yeah, it's a pretty hard question to answer. There isn't really an answer I can give you that's just the best. Was in and out, yo! The dinosaur! We got his money, bro. Tier 1! He's paid out of pocket for that one, mate. Yeah. He paid out of pocket, mate. Well, I got a gif about rhinos, bro. You know, I've not sent Dino a rhino gif in a while, man. Yeah. I was saying Dino, I sent Reese like a rhino gif every 3 hours the whole tournament. And I still think I sent you more rhino gifs on that, like, day in Chicago than the whole of those combined, bro. I sent in Dino a rhino gift like every 3 minutes, bro. It's just endless rhinos. If he scrolls his Discord, it's just me sending him rhinos just 10 hours straight or something. I think he was watching a film or something. I don't know if he actually went and saw it, so he would have, like, not been on his phone and come out to, like, 97 messages from Bowie. It's just rhinos. What if next year the janitors are Port or Wydega? I'll be 100% honest. If Wydega's in All-Stars, he's on Doom duty. Like, if he's not on Doom duty, that team has just moron. If you choose Wydega, you put him on Doom, and then if he wants to do his thing, you could lash him on Vardorvis, but Vardorvis would be kind of shit in Deadman mode because, like, no Blood Furies and all. How many players do you think they're at next season? Wait, why are you here, Dino and 61M? What do you guys think of qualifiers to enter All-Stars, which is based on right now, at the end of All-Stars, Solo Mission kind of picks who leaves or doesn't get invited back and then picks the new people. What do you think about a specific set of qualifiers where the people he's going to axe have a chance to prove themselves that they deserve to still be there? Because right now, if you get Hcim All-Stars, you might never get invited back, you know. Sailing! Sailing would be embarrassing. But yeah, Solo could just do a stream there. That stream would probably have, like, I don't know, a shitload of viewers as well. So Solo can milk, you know, an extra 500,000 that way. So it's but I feel like I'm looking at it as, like, I feel like a lot of people, you know, Dino, I think 61M will be invited next year. I think I will. I think Dino will. But I'm looking at the people that are going to probably get axed, and they have no argument to playing, unfortunately. Which is a bit shitty. And I want Donator back. But I feel like if there's a qualifiers, Solo can milk it. But everyone then has the ability to fight for their spot. And then I also want to know how many people would actually then start learning PvP like immediately, so they have a better chance to win those qualifiers, so they can participate. At the end of the day, there will be some RuneScape creators that will never be invited to an All-Stars, you know. And there's a lot of those nevers that might deserve it. A qualifier can give them the chance to get now. Abzula! Would there be NH stakes or GG knowledge stuff? It would just be PvP. It would be like the Crusader tournament that's about to come up, Dino. I don't know if you're playing, and I think you're not. It'd be something like that. You just do some fights, and then that means the best PKers are going to win, and they get invited. So now there's more good PKers in the roster, but it doesn't write people off. The only downside to that is, yes, you don't get, like, all the personalities you might want. And if it is a PK-heavy roster, and you've got precious few janitors, I mean, it makes you wonder if there's literally one guy in the roster that's good at PVM and everyone else is dead weight, you know? Are they at first pick? Because you know you're getting PKs, bro. Yeah. Dino in shambles at escape rooms. Hey, man, he killed that farmer, bro. Watching the England game tonight? No, I'm going to end my stream very shortly. And then I am going to watch House of the Dragon Season 3, Episode 1 with Jesse. And then I'm going to go to bed. Then I'm going to wake up nice and early. If my plumber messages me about the boiler, then I'll be waiting for that. If not, I'm probably going live pretty early, so... 9 days of an All-Stars Deadman mode grinding for the finale to be an escape room. Dino is last pick. Ah, a little back to back. There's insane PKs and no PVMers, then maybe those PVMers end up being row 1-2. Yeah, I know, that's what I mean. But that's what I think. Because it was an idea I've never thought of, and someone said it in the chat, and I just don't understand how no one brought it up before, really. But it is currently, when Deadman All-Stars finishes, Solo Mission will pick and choose himself with a bit of Jagex help. Who stays, who goes, and who gets invited. But that means that the people that just get axed, there's nothing they can do to combat, mate. They're gone. So it's like, if you add the qualifier concept in, one, Solo can stream the qualifiers, get loads of money from it, and people can earn their spot. You know, all the people that are in the roster that just played Season 3 are automatically in the qualifiers. If they play well, they're going to be back. And if anyone plays bad, you know, if Evescape's in the qualifiers and gets smoked, he's not coming back, and someone else gets his spot. But then if someone like V the Victim, for example, demolishes his qualifiers and gets invited back, he's just proving he deserves to be there. And that's why it's, like, kind of nice. And then me and Dino and 61M, we're automatically invited back because Solo Mission just wants to say, you know, hey, perfect. Good data for the captains. Exactly. You know, everyone, there would be no one that would win the qualifiers that's not going to be good at PvP. And it just increases the PvP skill set of the entire roster of All-Stars and all that shit, so. But that's why I think it would work quite well. It also doesn't actually affect All-Stars in the slightest, so it's not like a drastic change to All-Stars 4. All-Stars 4 can run borderline the exact same. This is just a way to decide who plays. How would you rank Dino? Hey, man, you missed the conversation when we were saying, like... Oh, what was it again? We were saying, like, if you had first pick, you'd probably pick Dino, so... Or if I think it was if I had first pick and Dino was in the roster, and that's the only change, I would probably pick him first. Because then I have my shot caller sorted, you know? Then I don't need Mika anymore, bro. You know? My team would be me, Dino, Mika, and Elliot, bro. Like I said, I picked Dino over Oda. There's no one in the roster I would pick over Oda, personally. I would enjoy playing with the Big O a lot, you know. And his viewers would love me because of what I do for him in an All-Stars. And then you get the 250% revenue buff as well, so... Not respect? No, there's genuinely no one in the roster. The only exception is if I have a double pick and the O's available, but I can also pick Reese and Abzula back-to-back. That might be tempting, you know? Oh my god. Just mute my mic the whole time and let them bicker away, you know? It'll be so good. Dino, Oda, West Ham, Greg, and Laker all toss up for first picks. All depends on personality. Yeah, but out of them, Oda would be the obvious first. Then I think Dino is probably the obvious second. Oh, no, maybe West Ham, you know. Maybe Oda obvious first, then it's like, oh, West Ham. Well, I mean, the thing, though, that brings Dino potentially higher than O as a first pick is you have the shot caller covered as well, you know. So if you look at the PK skill set, if O's 100 on PKing and Dino's 95, whatever his top trump card said, Dino's shot calling would also be like 90 plus, whereas the Big O's would be like 20 or something, or whatever the hell it was. But if I was in the situation, I'd still slurp the O, because it also says revenue increase, you know. Cards like, hey, pick the Big O, you're guaranteed $20,000. Bro, I'm like, ew. Camp Oda's log out all weekend? Oh my god. Remember, we made him log out at the course, man. We should have clicked. Damn it, bro. We made the Big O log out at the course, man. I was like, I don't want him, man. They're behind. There's no reason for him to reset them more and let the other teams get further ahead than us. We should have clicked that friggin' spot for hours, man, you know. Because the thing is, it was actually a good play. Because we could have just been doing the course while they were logged out. Completely efficient. But yeah, because they were so far behind, it was just like, you know, you don't reset the team behind and let the other teams get ahead of you. Trump card? Yeah, there was these cards given out at the event if you bought a ticket and you got the player's statistics. It basically only had PvP ability, planning, and PVM. Any drool plays by me? I blitz / barrage my own team a few times on misclicks. You know, I got 61M's key at the Kriara breach because I misclicked him apparently so many times. Alpha Dragons, I wouldn't really say it was a drool play to not find in the moment a seed when frozen on the top of the stairs. That's quite hard to find in the moment. Killed Curtis as well. Hey, that one wasn't my fault, to be honest. I genuinely did not know casting Ice Burst on an enemy in Deadman would reflect onto your teammate. I thought your team were immune, like in Clan Wars or something like that. And then Curtis just died instantly, bro. Do you get royalties for being on a Cardiff Assault? Nah, hell no, mate. Two foes head off. Ah, poor foe. Bro, the thing about the foe kill is he legitimately... I mean, I guess he could have prayed melee. Because in that fight as well, I actually prayed melee really well in that fight. Because I saw them doing finality spec, so I insta-prayed melee until they were done. They could have baited me so hard, actually, by just doing a finality and standing there, and then I get demolished by bolts and barrages for 2 seconds. But yeah, I noticed, like, Mika finalitying up, and I insta-prayed melee on his Archon or whatever the hell. To be fair, I one-ticked the HS off the finality, so... Main change you'd like to see is whoever gets the mission totem gets TB'd for 1 minute, and even after teleporting, it's live updated on the world map location. What do you think about 1 mission a day, though, Dino, which is a tier 1 reward? So you don't get those ones that have shit rewards or... Today's a bonus day for you because Oda's not online today. I'm ending in about 20 minutes, so probably less. I'll end after this Dust Devil task. So if the big O isn't live, then I'm sorry, guys. You're going to have to go to Reese's past broadcast, mate, and see some rhinos for a minute, you know. Yeah, everything's different if someone... Imagine you get a VLS... Like, Dino, imagine... Like, in All-Stars 2, we had a VLS on the second breach. But imagine, like, our team got a VLS at the second breach and just gave it to you. It would have been... That was just GG, bro, you know? Unfortunately, we didn't, man. I'm happy we saw at least one VLS at the breach, though. Greg. Oh, shit. I actually don't think I've genuinely shown my chat this. Give me a second, chat. I want to show you something. I think I have showed you, actually. In the Voldemort breach at Piscarilius Bank, I barraged Dino. Let me show you how I barraged Dino. This was the frame perfect freeze on Dino. Look at that. That is ridiculous. That is a frame perfect. It took me so long to pause that frame to work out what the hell was going on. But that, like, click, like, the reason I called out that I had a freeze on the skill specs is because my click was perfect, bro, and I knew I had it. And it barraged Dino, man. Dino is the one in the Guthern Helm. This is Dino. That skill specs there. So my red click on the specs is that. And somehow it's clickboxing on Dino down here. I think it's because he's casting an Ice Blitz or something. So his clickbox changes for 1 frame, I think, and it just hits him, but... I don't know. Wait, Oda's live? Ladies and gentlemen, the Big O is live. Just in time, mate. I'm ending in 20 minutes. Well, not even 20. I'll end after this task. I don't know if it'll take... It might take over 20, actually, but... But yeah, that was the freeze on Dino in that breach, and I was like, bro... Yeah, I think it's because maybe me and Dino... No, because he's 1 tick ahead, judging by that. He's casting the Blitz. But I remember that happening, and I was so confused. I was like, I did not freeze Dino. And then I saw the scam, bro. Is the barrage on Dino better or worse than the barrage on the Skeleton and the Mammoth? I mean, no one cares that I barraged Dino there, you know. The Skeleton will never be forgotten about. The skeleton will never be forgotten about. It's probably one of my favorite moments from season 1, in all honesty. I've got a freeze, it's on it! Skeleton. Biggest season 3 fumble overall? For our team or just in general? Oda's draft is the biggest. No, Oda choosing Eevescape. I'm going to say that now. I'm not even going to say Oda's draft. I'm going to say Oda choosing Eevescape and not Foe. That is the biggest fumble. Because it cost him the week and now he's got to wait a year. Other than that, the biggest fumble's probably the referee saying that Victim had it in the moment. They had to take the decision, but that was a fumble of what could have been the greatest mission ever. If that mission played out to the end, it would have been insane, man. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that we will never truly know. Because you have to remember, if someone got into singles with the totem, and then another person killed him, they then have to tank to the 30 line. And then if they die at the 30 line, the other person that's got it has big supplies. Then everyone has to go to all the 30 wildy teleports, lock it down there, and keep it going. It could have gone on for so long. I've just banked an item, but I don't know what it was. Oh, okay. The rush decision on that was bad too. Yeah, I think most of us didn't truly care, but I will always say my POV video can prove it as well. Perp never would have got out with it because we would have killed him like 2 seconds later. Apparently he had no food as well, according to the specs. I've not seen his POV. But yes, I agree. I think the server had downtime that day. The day-long downtime, and they should have decided it during that. But yeah, the whole of the Nuggets was on perp. Now, there is actually a screenshot, though, of Reese right-clicking the mission totem. Now, I was looking for the mission totem previously to getting on Victim, but there's a good chance that Reese would have got it before me, and then Reese would have tanked to singles, probably comfortably. Then he has to get down to the 30 line, though, so it kind of depends, you know. But it's very, very hard to say who would have got out that mission with the VLS. The odds were probably the mostly in the Nuggets' favor and the Rhinos. Probably the way higher in the Rhinos because they actually had the kill message and they were planning what to do. The best part about that, though, is when everyone was agreeing and then suddenly it's like, okay, and then Reese goes, well, that's a pile of bullshit, isn't it, mate? Oh, man, I started laughing, man. That was so good, man. The 1v29, bro. Well, that's bullshit, isn't it, man? I was muted because Solo told me to mute. I just started laughing, man. Coxie would have got it before Reese. Yeah, that's what we'll never know, because again, in my footage, I'm right-clicking the red dots in that area to see if it spawns, and then all of my gameplay changes when they say Victim has it. And that was the end of that. If they didn't say Victim has it, Pert would have died there. If Coxie gets it before Reese, Coxie dies far easier than Reese dies. If Reese grabs it there with good supplies, there's a good chance he tanks to singles through everyone. That's why I think, realistically, the Rhinos still probably had the highest chance to get that VLS. Then I would honestly say we were probably pretty close behind. Shouldn't have let the teams have an opinion. I mean, in hindsight, I think the best way to do it is that teams could send a statement to why they think maybe it should be in whatever the hell. And then you could only back that up with footage. So our footage would have been, we were killing Pert. Pert would have died. He would have never got it. But that's it. What happens after that, we do not know. I had video footage of me clicking all the red dots looking for it. And the fact that we were piling Pert. That's all I would have in that moment. But does that mean we get the VLS or anything? Nah, man. realistically, at that point, the only team that was ever going to get the VLS was Rebels. It was either they got it or no one got it. Thought Dino said Sick Nerd got Mr. Mammal's key. If that's true, I mean, that would change everything, though, at that point. That's a good point, actually. The whole thing changed from Mammal dropping the totem. It would never have even got to the next bar. Because Curtis grabbed it, and then he just died. That probably would have been the same for Sick Nerd. And then it actually could have been back to the exact same situation, to be honest, but... If you have the VLS, you have all the money. I will tell you now, if we got that VLS and gave it to Dino for single roaming, we would have had 5 brews in blood money. And no one would go wildy bosses. They would be off limits for the rest of the tournament. A 4-tick VLS is the most... And a friggin' Void Waker and like that shit is impossibly hard to tank. It would have borderline been GG, you know, and we were that close, bro, to getting that, man. Oh, the bin. Best part, though, is Perp got it, and they left that in a depot box, man, you know. Dino was there, like, you know, he knew he was the strongest in the game at that point, you know. But if Perp goes out with the VLS and maybe a real Void Waker, I don't know if they had one, you know, at that point, Dino's just not the strongest. That's why in Season 4 chat, when the Big O picks me on his team, I'm going to get him a VLS at the first breach. And it's GG from day. But imagine you were playing an All-Stars, man. And then you got like Odeblock or West Ham roaming on the end of day 1 with a real VLS, bro. You're just there like, ah. All right, guys, time to go do quests and stay off radar, bro. It's crazy, only 1 VLS drop for the breaches. Yeah, no, there's pure RNG. Next All-Stars, for all we know, there's 10 VLSs. You know, it might happen. What you really don't want to do as a competitor, though, is have someone who's roaming have a VLS. That's why we were like, at that breach, if we got that VLS to Dino, he would have spent the remainder of the tournament roaming with a 4-tick VLS. You know, it's... And the friggin'... Oh, no, the Avernic Defender was later, I think, actually. Wait, was the Avernic later? But we didn't get it. Interesting to see how potential Morrigan Jav's axis change next step, man. Wait. Is that confirmed? Next Deadman mode, Morrigan Javelin. If you have 1 Javelin, it's like infinite shots, like having a Boffer or something. Oh, talking about stop the 1-item rag instead of being 100 extra. Oh, so for 1-item rag, it has 1 javelin. That javelin's going to be worth like 100 times the price, basically. Because if they go to the G now and buy a javelin, it's 50k. But if 1 javelin is infinite javelins, it's going to be like 25 mil or something. That makes sense. Someone said Odeblock should be a perm roamer and just be a solo player. I like the idea of having like a boogeyman roaming, but it would just be so shit. He's so annoying, bro. You just go somewhere, bam, he turns up, you're like, oh, come on, bro. Imagine trying to get a Void Waker. His view account would be nuts. Hey, man, I'll be honest, bro. I'll have my view account open during that. Anytime my view account goes up 2K, I know he's on the way. You could have it when he's released for 1 to 2 hours a day. Yeah, I mean... Okay, so the way that that would work, in all dead honesty, if Oda wanted to play the role of a boogeyman, the way it would also be very annoying for the teams, though. But I think the way it would work is if you kill him, you get a friggin' VLS or something. And then he's only allowed to roam during a breach or a mission. You know when we were trying to get to the Yama mission and he roamed those spots? That would be the role. And then if we lure him into multi and pile him 5v1 and kill him, we get like a VLS. So if he's at a breach, he's going to run around singles and breaches. But that's the only way it would work. But I still think it would just be so annoying for the players that it wouldn't be a good addition, you know? He's getting so mad. I mean, unfortunately, Dino, it was the right play, though, for him. Singles, blood money, everyone wiggling up. You know there's going to be all the team, easy kills. Have I ever died to Terry in All-Stars? Let me think. Season 1, I have no idea. Oh, I might have died to him in the mole breach in Season 3, because I died to the Warriors there, so he could have got the kill on me. Season 2, I think I only died to the snakes in multi. And then Season 1, I do not have any memory. I have no memory of Season 1 of who I died to. Yeah. Only allowed to roam the boneyard. I just think it'd be piss annoying, man. Imagine how annoying it'd be when a breach announces there's like 3 ways there in singles. You're trying to get your team there, and the Big O appears in friggin' full alien. And just latches onto your weakest player and one bangs them, and now there's 4 of you, and you're like, ah, dude. Mate, look at that 38 barrage right there, man. My gear's moron as well. Chat, I'm 92 Slayer tomorrow, bro. A Raxor. I've never done a Raxor on a hardcore. Wait, shit, what do I kill that mirror back with? Oh, no. I actually don't have anything good, I don't think. Carol's bow, maybe? I might have one of those. Do I have a Carol's bow? Yes, I do. Is Carol's bow good? Two hit the camo? Easy game. Do that. Give me gold school tower defense into the goat. Can we do some balancing? I don't know what it is, mate, you know. The game, I like the concept because it reminds me of Flash Element tower defense, but I didn't think there was too much strategy to it, and that's what I don't like. You know, I think I found some decent strats immediately, but then they also proved to be shit because everyone else just blopped down a load of towers and went to wave 10,000 and shit. Wait, how do I kill a Raxor? I have Scythe and Oath Plate. Do I use Slash? I feel like if I have Oath Plate and Scythe, I always use Slash, even if it's weak to Crush. Is that just the general rule of thumb? Wait, what spec weapon do I use on that thing? I can't even remember how I used to kill it. Got a Calc, probably Slash. Is it not like a general rule of thumb if I have Oath Plate and a Scythe to Slash? Can it sometimes just... Is it just DPS Calc? It can just tell me my time to kill and shit. Hammer into Scythe, double death charge. I can do that. Hammer for sure? Hell yeah. Slay level 91, my friend. I will hit 92 tomorrow. I'm live for so long tomorrow because my schedule is pretty cozy that I should hopefully I mean, I can genuinely say this, but I realistically might finish Cerberus tomorrow. You know? That's just how fast the grind is in comparison to, like, grinding a Scythe for a friggin' enhanced weapon seed. You know, 60 kills an hour. I need to do another 360 kills on range. It's 6 hours of Cerberus, you know. Live for 34 minutes. I'm ending after this Devil Dust task. 30 more minutes. Apparently for bedbugs. There's no bedbugs, Doran. I thought bedbugs might have been my skin condition. Would you have went for Bandos if Overplate wasn't in the game? Yeah, I think I would have done the same full Justicia into Grado. Although both for Grado is crazy good, so I would go for Grado. Overplate, I'm going to melee Grado, but yeah, I would have gone, like, borderline straight to Grado after I got both. What master am I getting tasked from? Cordell. Big one. How good's the new Slayer Master for you? What's the new Slayer Master? The one coming with worms, Craig. 80 sailing requirement? Useless, man. I'm one sailing, bro. I need to do the sailing quest soon. I'll probably do it in the next few days. I set up my game winner, lads. 765 517, mate. Doing any sailing on the account? Will I do any sailing? I'm going to be Tears of God fixing the bulk of it, but yes, there'll be some sailing. $22 Devil Dusts left. Hopefully I get a Hellhound task on the next one. I want to do Cerberus, man. I meant to be swishing the Scythe, bro. Getting lucky with my good tasks, though, but... Griffin CAs? Yeah, Griffin CAs, I'm hoping to Tears the Gothics all the way up, though. What do I even kill the Griffin with? Is that like a Scythe boss? I've not killed the Griffin ever. Scythe. Roger. Black Mask. Wait, why Black Mask? Not Slayer Helm. Wait, what's the mechanics of the boss? I've never killed it, so I generally don't know the mechanics. You want low weight when you kill it. You need your equipped gear to be heavy to not get knocked back. Okay. I've never killed it, so. Any silver crystals yet? No, I only had the one task. I'm dry, technically, but it's fine. My next task, I will get a crystal. Where else are you streaming on? Do you get half pay multi-streaming? Yes. If you stream on Kick and you multi-stream, you will get half the revenue. I am live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. If you watch me on Twitch, you get the chat that's the most active. If you watch me on Kick, you get no advertisements and better audio. If you watch me on YouTube, you get no audio, so you can play your own music. It's basically the free streams being run right now. Good balance? Yeah, I kind of like how there's a different reason to be streaming on all three platforms now, you know? Previously, I was just doing it because it's, like, financially better to run all the streams. But now there's actually a reason that all three streams run. Why don't you also stream on Kick? Drool! I don't stream on Kick because Oda streams there and he takes all the viewers. If I go live on Kick at the same time as Oda, mate, I have 0 viewers, bro. No one watches me. What's the freaking point, bro, you know? Might just watch the YouTube stream, play Lord of the Rings 24/7. Yeah, you can do that. Because we had conversations on my stream for years about how can I watch you and not hear the music. Because obviously my music taste is very like electronic and all that. Some people might not like that at all. YouTube now has the game sounds, me yapping, and you can play any music you want. So you can generally sludge, whatever. Yeah, Mr. Mossy, thanks for the sub, bro. We're ending the stream in a moment then, Mr. Mossy. Why not stream on Facebook? Dead weight platform, bro. Dead weight platform. Right. 10 o'clock on the dot. Perfect timing. I'll grab a task, and then I'm going to end. I might be playing a bit before I go live, so ideally I might be able to slurp a task of the, whatever it's called up. Hellhounds. Or I get it now. Here we go. Drakes, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to end the live stream. Today is Sunday. Now, me and Jesse are going to watch House of the Dragon shortly. Then I'm going to go to bed. I'll probably be awake again at 8 in the morning. That's how I sleep right now. Now, the plumber might be coming round to check my boiler for its warranty. And I don't know what time that is. So if he doesn't confirm anything, then I'm probably going to go live at like 10 a.m. or something. Maybe a bit earlier than 10. Slayer again. Tomorrow, though, we will get 92 Slayer. And I will officially be killing Araxites on the hardcore. And I've never killed an Araxor in my life on a thing like that. So it's fine. Heater episodes, by the way. Look, Reese, bro. I don't remember saying a Rhino was invited today. He's caught the end of the stream, mate. He's caught the end of the stream. Right, fellas, I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good and goodbye, and maybe I die on the hardcore tomorrow. You never know. So, yeah. Wait, hold on. I said I was raid Tasty. Is he live, or is he not getting the raid today? Don't think Tasty is live right now, bro. His career's dead, man. Nothing he can do. See you tomorrow, laddies. Yes, mate.